My name is Anatoly Sheptenko. I represent the Nenets Autonomous Okrug, and today I am to serve as moderator for our discussion. In 2021, the Russian Federation will assume the chairmanship in the Arctic Council, which is likely to to provide an important incentive for inter-regional cooperation in the Arctic and in the North. And I believe that the Northern Forum should use this opportunity to boost its activity and visibility and influence around the region as well as around the entire world. In this regard, of course, a complex approach is needed, with a particular premium being put on the concrete and implementable, which is important, projects. So we assembled here today to discuss how these projects could actually look like and what measures should be taken to actually by the board of governments in this regard. But before we proceed to the substance of our today's talk, I suggest we should be reminded of the rules of procedure in order to make our talk more fruitful, actually as fruitful as possible. So first of all, dear delegates, honorable regional coordinators, please respect one another and no interruption. If someone is speaking and you have a question or a comment, please raise your hand and in this special Zoom section, usually on your right, and I'll be most happy to give you the floor as soon as possible. Next, if you have any procedure questions or remarks, you can address them right to me in a private chat. And last but not least, make sure you engage in the discussion, since it's important both for your experience and for our session. And now let's move on to our plan for today. As you know, we will start with our position statements. Timing is about 3 to 5 minutes for a delegate, so please plan accordingly. And soon I'll post in the chat the order of speakers. Please take a look at it, and if something is wrong, just let me know again in the private chat. And I think that's it for all procedural matters. Actually not. After that, I'm going to collect all the proposals and ideas for our final resolution and come up with a kind of a draft so that we could discuss it in detail and make any possible amendments or even radical changes if needed. So, and at the end, of course, we are going to have a vote. So I wish us good luck, and with your permission, I will start. Dear colleagues, as a representative of the Nenets Autonomous Okrug in the Northern Forum Regional Coordinators Committee, I would like to thank you for this great honor of entrusting my region with the chairmanship in the Northern Forum. I'm strongly convinced that though each and every region member to our forum is truly unique, the problems we are facing are more or less similar. We face, if you want, the so-called Northern dilemma. Should we expand our economic potential and capabilities without any restriction for the better of our citizens? Or should we preserve the fragile northern nature and traditional way of life of indigenous peoples, especially in the face of the current climate crisis? I understand there can be different answers, and I believe that when it comes to such a dilemma, one should not decide at all. Let's just strike the balance. The northern environment, by which I mean both northern nature and northern traditions, can be a great economic asset in itself. For instance, by reasonably developing tourism industry, we can ensure that our communities prosper. Our colleagues from the business cooperation in the North Working Group came up with a great project yesterday, but I believe we can go even further. What we need is a full-fledged call for projects so that we could create a kind of a bank of ideas on the matter. Of course, any economic activity needs energy, and it's only natural. However, in conducting our energy policy, we should comply with the famous motto of medical workers: do not harm. Energy can be clean and efficient, which is proven by our own experience. Since recently, the Northern Forum completed the Map of Renewable Energy Sources project. And when I look at the result, I feel really proud of our efforts aimed at promoting the green energy sector. Let's just transform this project into an annually edited Northern Forum Renewable Energy Report. It will help us track our own progress, as well as it's likely to boost the Northern Forum visibility all around the globe. I believe that this work could be assigned to the Northern Forum Regional Adaptation to Climate Change Working Group, with transforming the group itself into the Sustainable Energy and Regional Adaptation to Climate Change Working Group. That's all. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can raise the hand. And if not, then I am happy to give the floor to, just a second, I believe to the representative of Kamchatsky Krai. Miss Anna Mikolskaya, you're welcome. Sorry, I see something is wrong, just a second. Well, then we'll move on to the representatives of Mogadhan Oblast and Miss Yuliana Kamacharova. The floor is yours.
Good day. I would like to represent and present the Mogadhan Oblast, the Mogadhan region, and its potential in the investment and innovation sector. I've prepared a little presentation, if it is possible to show it.
I think so, yeah.
So, yep. Just a second. Is my presentation seen?
Yes, we can see it very well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would miss the part that is dedicated to the terrain, climate, and mineral resources. So the introduction, because as we're devoted only 5 minutes, 3 minutes of our speech. So as we know, like Mogadhan Oblast is located in the Far East region, and I would like to concentrate more on the resources that the Mogadhan Oblast possesses. So the Mogadhan region, also known as the Kalama, is rich in mineral resources: gold, silver, tin, coal, cobalt, and other mineral resources. It is in the top 10 regions of Russia for potential mineral resources and one of the largest gold provinces in the world. And so since 1928, the Mogadhan region produced more than 3,000 tons of gold, 10,000 tons of silver, 73,000 tons of tin, and 83 million tons of coal. So the economy, although the Mogadhan Oblast possesses a great, has a vast territory and possesses fascinating potential in terms of mineral resources, the economy is not that well developed and is centered mainly on mining interests for gold, silver, and other non-ferrous metals. So it is the top 10 regions of Russia for potential mineral resources and one of the largest gold provinces in the world. The second position is occupied by the fishing industry, and the third position is occupied by the agriculture. But owing to the severe climate, agriculture is in Mogadhan regions is the least developed economic sector. And so today I would like to pin down on and talk more about the investment policy and innovations. So the Mogadhan Oblast works works a lot to create a favorable investment climate. It has adopted the top 15 investment practices comprising the regional investment standard. On the one hand, these practices unify the rules of the game throughout the country. On the other hand, they help adopt mechanisms that have been implemented effectively elsewhere and facilitate a closer interaction between the authorities and the business community. So a federal role on the special economic zone in Magadan region has been created in order to attract investment, set up and develop production facilities, develop and ameliorate the energy and transportation infrastructure, and develop production forces, financial and commodity markets of Magadan. On this slide, you can see the goals that now the Magadan Oblast has established for themselves. So it's the development, implementation of new technology, the machinery, equipment, innovative techniques, etc. So I can talk like throughout a long time in depth about this program, the special economic zone, but you can see the main points on the slide. So this is a competitive system of investment activity support by the government, which concerns the funds that grant financing for the mining industry, the fuel and energy sector, transport, communication, and other important spheres of the industrial sector. So just to establish a couple of points that are important nowadays for the Magadan Oblast, first of all, is the development of small and medium business, and the second of all, it's energy. And I would like to concentrate a little bit for a minute on this point. So the energy section, so the development of energy in the Magadan region is a priority for us, and all of those objects that are built or under construction in the region are key to the growth of the economies of the region and Chukotka. More than 90% of region's electricity generation is provided by hydroelectric power, which is seen on the slide. And there also exists a number of diesel power plants. But so we should continue investing in the energy sector, especially into hydroelectric power. But why not also take into consideration the renewables and the alternative energy? While the renewables have progressed at an unprecedented pace over the past decade, and Magadan Oblast shows fascinating potential in terms of wind, geothermal, and solar power. On this maps, you can see that the installation level, for example, of solar power is fascinating in Magadan Oblast, and the same in the wind power, which will guarantee the economic growth and the opportunity to supply the whole region with electricity and energy. This is why it is especially important nowadays to invest and to invest in this sector, and then it will be favorable for the mining industries and the whole industrial sector, as it will supply it with energy and electricity, and will of course ameliorate and increase the finances of the region and lead to a sustainable growth of the economy. And now the main goals of the Magadan Oblast is to increase the investment, I suppose, in the energy sphere, in the sphere of business, and attract investors in order for them to provide the region with necessary technology and financial support.
Thank you, Honorable Representative of the Magadan Oblast, for a very in-depth analysis of all the story of success, I could say, in your region. Are there any questions to the speaker? Because if not, I actually have one. Honorable Delegate, I actually suggest you should think a bit probably about the possible proposals actually to our document, since you have your region actually has such a great experience in promoting the green energy, and I suggest the green energy should be a kind of a top of our today's priority of our today's discussion. Could you come up with probably 2 or 3 points of how could we promote sustainable energy on this inter-regional level, in this inter-regional framework of the Northern Forum? And probably I will just invite you to deliver like a 30 seconds, 1 minute speech after all speakers. Would it be okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, thank you. I believe it was a very comprehensive talk. And now let's move on to our next speaker. And it's a great honor to give the floor to Ms. Nikolskaya, who represents Kamchatka Krai. Ms. Nikolskaya, are you with us? Because I could see you on the screen. Well, okay, then we'll move on to the Khabarovsky Krai. And I believe that actually we have like 2 speakers here. Am I right? And are you going to speak like as in one statement, or you want to split into 2?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are 2 today and we will split our speech. So I will begin and then my colleague Yelena will continue.
That's just great. Then the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. So we will talk about the renewable energy in the global Arctic. At the beginning, I will talk about international experience, and then my colleague will talk about Russia in particular. So it is well known to all of us that the devastating consequences of environmental change have led many countries to adopt more sustainable energy resources, while the northern countries are the pioneers of that. Being the Deputy Minister of Natural Resources of the Khabarovsk territory and head of the Department of Economics and Finance, in this short presentation we aim to show how the northern countries are choosing a green way of energy that will both help the environment and reduce the cost of energy. Therefore, we hope that the green energy paradigms that the Nordic countries provide may work as a platform for the prosperity of the Khabarovsk territory as well. So, to start with, even though many of the Arctic countries use diesel fuel as their main source of energy, many communities are trying to replace it with eco-friendly energy resources that satisfy the sustainability variable and thus fight for a renewable energy future. The Arctic is not only a place of natural beauty, but also of high economic potential. The diesel fuel that most of the times is imported is not only expensive, but also has the risk of an oil spoil and transportation difficulties. Thus, solar energy and wind energy are among the most reliable ways of replacing the former. Having as the main goal of the promotion of climate-friendly investment, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the development of local engagement in the use of electricity, there are many initiatives that the northern regions have adopted. For example, the Arctic Renewable Energy Atlas aims to bring together maps, resource data, research activities, and storytelling that will help in better understanding the needs of the region. The Nordic countries have electrical grids stretching throughout the Arctic, while they are making an investment in renewable energy such as wind, solar, and geothermal. For example, Iceland is one of the least carbon-intensive energy systems in the world, relying almost entirely on hydropower and geothermal for electricity and home heating. And the last point is Norway as a case study. So I will just mention that it is believed that Norway is a leading state when it comes to renewable energy. It is since the 1800s when the Norwegians started seeing opportunities in their natural resources, and particularly rivers, while now their main source of electrical energy comes from water and hydroelectric power stations. Therefore, in order to protect our planet, wind farms and solar panels are located all around Norway, even in remote places like Svalbard. So the question that arises is what is needed in order to establish such investments and development? And the answer is technology and infrastructure. These 2 components are key for transitioning into cost-effective energy. So the question now is how can these paradigms be applied to the Khabarovsk territory and prove the notion that the renewable energy is an investment in the future? And about this will talk my colleague Yelena. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I will continue talking about renewable energy in Siberia and the Russian Far East. So according to Russia's new Arctic strategy, it states the necessity of mitigating negative ecological consequences of socioeconomic activities in the Article 3R and declares the commitment to support effective technologies of electric production, including renewable energy sources in the Article 13C. Following these lines, the practical question arises, what can diesel be replaced with in the remote areas of Siberia and the Russian Far East? We already have examples of renewable energy production in these regions. In plants, there's a hydrogen-powered so-called Snowflake International Arctic Station in the Polar Urals. There are solar stations in the Russian Arctic National Park on Cape Zhelanya and the Republic of Altai. And there's a wind power station in the Arctic town of Tiksi in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia. So the question is, what is needed in order to develop renewable energy in Siberia in the Russian Far East, and specifically in Khabarovsk Krai? And would it be cost effective? From international experience that my colleague discussed, we saw that technology and infrastructure are two components of transiting into renewable energy. From Russian case studies, the tariff system and energy storage system should be restructured in order to make renewable energy profitable. Here in Khabarovsk, we already have a few working renewable energy projects. For example, solar energy is used to light the highways, and small industrial producers utilize wind energy. So what prevents a broader development of renewable energy in Khabarovsk Krai? The list of factors includes, first, existing tariff policy and energy storage system do not support renewable energy projects. Second, specific environmental conditions such as sun and wind may be unstable sources of energy. Third, solar and wind complexes take large amounts of land. Then the northern stations may be less effective than the southern ones, also due to environmental conditions. And finally, the lack of state and other support makes renewable energy unaffordable for consumers, especially at the first stages of the projects. So to make decisions regarding renewable energy projects, we need to first assess natural conditions for solar and wind energy production and accessibility of land. Second, assess the amount of capital needed to be invested in new technology and infrastructure, especially in the northern regions. Third, assess existing energy and tariff policies that prevent the development of local production of renewable energy. And finally, of course, we need to collaborate with other regions in Siberia in the Russian Far East, for example, with Magadan Oblast that also are interested in developing renewable energy projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable delegates, for this very in-depth analysis of the situation in your region. Actually, I have a kind of a comment. So basically, I believe that not only the regions of the Russian Federation could be interested in promoting the green energy. It can really become a very important task within the framework, interregional framework of the Northern Forum. And we should all think, I believe, about how we can do it. And thank you for your proposals. I find them very concrete, which is great, and very relevant for our discussion. Anyway, are there any other questions or comments? Then thank you. And finally, Ms. Nikolskaya is with us. However, she has a not that good connection, let's say. And Ms. Nikolskaya, you're ready to deliver your speech, or should I? Since I actually can try to mention the main ideas, and since we have the presentation in our chat, we can actually get acquainted with it. well, I guess not. Well, in that case, just give me a moment to open Ms. Nikolskaya's statement. Just a second. Okay, I see. Well, Ms. Nikolskaya basically focuses on the importance of the development of tourism in the north. And I believe, just a second, download it. Well, and I believe that this is a very important point, since all tourism is a really sustainable industry, let's say, that could contribute to the prosperity of the northern communities. And I believe that the most important proposal is I believe that Mr. Kyrgyzov-Barsky wants me to share my screen, right? On the mic. Just a second, then I'll open it. Just a few seconds. The document I have is actually in Russian, but I believe it would be okay, since I'll mention the main ideas in English. Well, as we see, Ms. Nikolskaya represents the Kamchatka Krai and mentions the main problems this region faces, like lack of investments and lack of funds for the development of entrepreneurship, etc., as well as the high costs of living in the north, which is a rather common problem, I guess, among all other regions. And so she suggests that one of the most efficient ways to boost the prosperity and well-being of our communities is to develop the so-called Arctic tourism, generally the tourism in all northern regions. And I believe the most interesting and important suggestion is to establish a working group on tourism within the framework of the Northern Forum that could coordinate the efforts of all its members on this matter. I find this proposal rather interesting, and I suggest we should include it in our final document. And of course, she also mentions the problem of the energy transit, of the imports of raw materials, etc. And she also suggests we should focus on the development of the Northern Sea Route, which is also quite a good example of how we can contribute to the economic development of the northern regions. Anyway, Ms. Nikolskaya, I'm really sorry that the technical issues prevented us from this great pleasure of hearing you. But anyway, thank you and for your contribution, since your work is just great, really. Then I would like to return to the representative of Magadan Oblast, right, Ms. Kamcharova. Ms. Kamcharova, are you ready with a kind of
yeah, sure.
shot?
I'm absolutely ready. I will show once again just to define, like, for support of my position. So as the goals and the main goals of the region of the Magadan Oblast, I would like to list first to state first of all the implementation of a set of measures aimed at supporting foreign economic activity in Magadan region, The main partners in development of trade relations are the countries of Asia Pacific region, China, North Korea, and Japan. Then the second of all is the development of innovation infrastructure institutions that contribute. I'm very sorry. I just need to just a second. I'm sorry. So the second point that I would like to accentuate is the development of innovation infrastructure institutions that contribute to building technological capacity of industrial corporations, creation of National Council on Science and Technology to develop technological policies and guide national efforts in the field of technological development and industrial corporations. More precisely talking, if we take into account the existing potential and the existing problems of the region in terms of supporting innovative development, it is proposed to concentrate efforts in, I propose to concentrate efforts in, first of all, to eliminate gaps in the innovation chain that do not allow to realize the achieved potential, for example, in basic research sector at the stage of commercialization. Then priority directions in innovative development would be further development in the field of innovative infrastructure, which is including such measures as creation of a maintenance of existing innovative business incubator and technology and innovation support center, promotion of commercial applications of the achievements of academic science in the region, also support the new companies and new types of business based on innovation, stimulating the development of small and innovative businesses, building an innovative economy based on intellectual capital involving intellectual property in economic turnover, and creating conditions for the development and realization of human potential. So supporting the people who work there. And also I would, concerning the energy sector, also one of the goals is to commission and to create more stations. The commissioning of the station, for example, in hydropower will provide electricity to developing mining enterprises, primary gold mining. The development of the hydropower also encourages the creation of new industries that are unique in the region. And as far as alternative energy is concerned and renewables, it is necessary to analyze the region and its geographical, geothermal, wind and solar capacities in order to implement the certain alternative energy stations profitably and effectively. So as we can see on the slide, for example, as far as the solar energy is concerned, we can see that practically in all the region in Magadan Oblast, it will be effective to implement the solar power station, the solar batteries, etc. But as we, for example, take into consideration the wind sector, the wind power, which is shown on the map down below, for example, it is more effective and more profitable to install and implement the wind stations in the south of the region. And so I suppose these are the main goals and the directions and Magadan Oblast has to work for and and ameliorate. So
Yeah, thank you for your contribution. I find it really useful, since the role of innovation in the northern affairs is quite often underestimated. And I personally had an experience of participating in the Arctic Frontiers Forum, and the slogan of the forum actually was the power of knowledge. And probably the northern regions, not just the national governments, but the northern regions should also embrace this power of knowledge in conducting its policy, technological, energy policy, whatever. And I find the link you drew between the new energy capacity and better infrastructure and more efficient businesses quite relevant and probably not that evident for everyone. And I suggest that we should include in our final document the recommendation
Yeah,
to
sure.
make it official that we understand that there is such a link. Yeah, you're welcome to it.
Yeah, then I will send in the writing form all of the statements and goals so that we can include it in the regulations.
Yeah, actually, I've already done that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Anyway, but thank you. It was very kind of you. Are there any further comments or questions to the speakers? Well, if not, then I suggest we could try to take a look at our at kind of a draft of the document I prepared, basing on your ideas and on my ideas as well. Just a second, and I also included some kind of new points I came up with during our discussion. Just a second. All right, so as we see, as usual, it's a kind of a standard Northern Forum Regional Coordinators Committee resolution form, which consists of 2 parts. And the first part, which is the essence of our discussion, I've already mentioned at the very beginning, and I don't believe that it's actually worth discussing. Though if you believe that we should, once again, attract the reader's attention to some useful points, important points, you can just raise your hand and I will react. Mr. Kyrgyzov-Parsky, did you raise your hand? Right.
Dear Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to comment on the speeches of the regional coordinators representing both regions, but I could do this later after you present this resolution.
Well, actually, I believe that your comments would be more useful before we move on to the main part, so you're welcome to deliver them now.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Mr. Chairman of the Committee of Regional Coordinators. As we represent the Nenets Autonomous Region, and I am the governor of the Nenets Autonomous Region, I am very interested in the initiatives presented by the regional coordinators of both regions present here, and I just wanted to note with satisfaction that the focus on sustainable energy is a great one and a very relevant one for northern regions, especially for the remote regions which have experienced difficulty in facilitating this sustainable energy infrastructure due to great vast remoteness of the regions, especially is relevant for my region, which is the least populated region in Russia, and we have only 40,000 people living here, and most of them live in the capital, but many indigenous peoples who live in the remote parts of our region, the Nenets, for example, they experience difficulty in facilitating their energy access, and they really need these sustainable technologies. For instance, the above mentioned solar power, which can be used maybe in some small numbers in the north and in my region as well. So I'm really interested in having these technologies and having these proposals. My question is, how do the regions, it is actually a question to all the speakers, both representing the Khabarovsk Krai and the Magadan Oblast, and also the region who wasn't present here, this Ms. Nikolskaya. I believe there has also been a presentation of her sent here in the chat in English, that will also be presented. And my question is, how can the regional authorities support the local businesses who could maybe provide energy access, sustainable energy access, and sustainable energy resources to the population of these regions. I'm very interested in it as I am the governor of the Nenes Autonomous Okrug, and I'm not sure how could I support these local businesses and initiatives and maybe invite them to this region, to my region, because we have very little local business initiative in this sphere. However, we really need this. So what could be your proposals?
Thank you. Yeah, Miss Kamcharova, I see your hand, like not a virtual one, but a real one, but it's okay. You're welcome.
I couldn't find the virtual one, so
Yeah.
I just raised it. As far as the business is concerned and the energy itself, when we're talking about the amelioration of the sectors, we're talking mainly about the investment that's supposed to be made in these sectors. So on behalf of the Magadanska Oblast, I can say that there has been made a program, installed a program of economic development and innovation, a program till 2014 till 2020. So it has been approved by the oblast governments, the government section, and it should facilitate the achievement on the investment strategy targets. So the program is in correlation with the special economic zone that has been made until the 2025. So it's a special program that establishes the main goals to boost the economy, to boost the economical center, to boost the investment, the infrastructure, and ameliorate all the spheres. So I suppose what we need is some general programs that are installed by the government that will guide the business, guide the energy sector, and create certain goals that should be achieved in real life and reality and in the legal documents.
I see.
Thank you very much
for your point. And if there are no other comments, then I could also try to add something actually. No comments, right? All right. Actually, my idea is inspired by the statement by our colleagues from Khabarovsky Krai, who mentioned the issue of tariffs, taxation, etc. I also believe that we could apply kind of a special taxation policy for all these businesses who, in one or another way, contribute to the development of green energy. Since actually it's a kind of investment in the future, especially considering the climate situation. So I believe this could be another option as well. Yeah, and I see that Ms. Adashova raised your hand. Yeah, Ms. Adashova, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just to add to it, I think one of the problems that we encountered is that the energy storage system is very important. And for example, if you use solar energy, for example, you can store a lot of energy, let's say during the summer months that you can use in winter. So for the remote areas, it is important to have this infrastructure that allows to get as much energy basically as you can. If you use, let's say, solar energy during the summer months and then store it for winter, right? So, and then use it in winter. So I think that's one of the problems that we encountered in the Khabarovsk Krai, that there's no such infrastructure, or there's an obligation to send this energy somewhere else. But still, since remote areas usually have their own local, not centralized energy complexes, right? It probably would be even easier to create such infrastructure in the local communities in your region.
Yeah, I find this point very interesting, and I see actually two more hands. All right, actually one more hand. Just a little comment on my part, Ms. Kamcharova, and then we'll come back to you. I really like this point about the kind of decentralized energy supply zones that are inherent in the northern communities. And actually talking about Russia, 70% of the territory of this country is occupied by this zone of non-decentralized energy supply, which is in no way connected to the centralized energy system, which comprises only like 40% of the country. And I guess it's very typical of most members of the Northern Forum. And we should also take this into consideration. Thank you. And Ms. Kamcharova, the floor is yours.
The last point that I would like to pin down on is we haven't actually touched and analyzed in depth the social, the influence that the influence that this will have on the social sphere, which means the people, the jobs, the job predictions. And I think so it's important to mention that the more we invest in the creation of new stations, whether it's like traditional fossil fuels or alternative energy in station, we provide the boost and the amelioration for the job sector, because as we know, for example, in the Magadanska Oblast, and I think in all of the northern regions, the regions are quite isolated, and the population that lives there works there. So it depends, the population's financial and like moral state depends on the possibilities and opportunities they have in their region. So if we create and invest in the construction of new like business stations and so forth, we also help the population get the job, get their financial support, etc. Because, for example, using renewable energy due to Greenpeace and their statistics, that, for example, introduction and implementation of renewable energy stations will provide till by 2030 12 million jobs, which is like 120% more than in 2020. So I suppose this is also important for the northern regions of our country.
Very well, thank you, Ms. Kamcharova. And I agree with you here. And we actually already mentioned this connection between like more energy, more jobs, which is absolutely true. However, we should also be reminded that actually in the northern regions, there are also indigenous tribes who live there, and we should take into consideration their interests as well. For instance, I'm familiar with the experience of our neighbors, Yamala, Nenets Autonomous Okrug, where, for instance, oil and gas pipelines actually could disrupt the traditional paths of traveling of local population with deers. And it's also a point that should be taken into consideration. Or, for instance, in Norway, the construction of electricity energy transportation lines also harms this industry of deer traveling, because it's for them, it's the whole industry, it's their way of life. So we should be very cautious here, I believe. And I see that actually, I could say my boss, Mr. Krugizov-Barsky, the governor of Nenets Autonomous Okrug. I see your hand, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to thank the regional coordinator from the Magadan Oblast, Juliana, for her inputs, as they were very useful for the Nenets Autonomous Okrug and could be implemented. Thank you very much. And I would like to also express my sadness that the actuary representative is not present here, as Iceland is also regarded as one of the sustainable energy leaders in the world. receiving almost all of its energy from renewable sources, from hydropower, from geothermal. And actually, in fact, it could also share its experiences here. We hope that the governor of, not the governor, the mayor of Akureyri will give his or her comments during the Board of Governors session, and it will somehow cover this issue. And as for deer herders, it is also a central issue for the Nenes Autonomous Okrug, as for Norway and the Sami people, as in the Nenes Autonomous Okrug, the Nenets people actually are in the vast majority reindeer herders, and this issue is very important for them. And so any energy company has to consult with the indigenous peoples when planning the energy infrastructure in the region. So thank you very much for this notion as well.
Yeah,
that's all.
Because it's very important, since there are already not that pleasant stories when the companies didn't respect their rights, and then they suffered for their lack of respect for local communities. So let's try to learn on their example and not commit the same mistakes. Anyway, thank you for the discussion. I already added some more points to our final document. Actually, the aim of this final document is to help our governors come up with probably a bit more in-depth final declaration of the Model Northern Forum 2020 declaration. Yeah. So let's move on probably and analyze it point by point. And if there are any objections or comments or ideas what we can add, just raise your online hand. On offline hand, actually, it doesn't matter that much if you have a camera on, and we'll discuss it then. So point number one is that we should recommend the Board of Governors should choose as priority topics the issues of tourism, sustainable energy, and climate actions, since these are actually basically the three topics that we've discussed today, which is probably a sign that they are the most important right now. Do you agree with this idea? If there are any objections, you could raise hand. If not, then we'll move on to the next one. I believe that's okay then. The second point, we should recommend that the Board of Governors should establish a separate Northern Tourism Working Group in order to intensify the Northern Forum's efforts aimed at promoting sustainable tourism in the Arctic and the North. Actually, the point suggested by Ms. Nikolskaya in her statement. Any ideas on that matter? Any objections, to be more precise? No? Well, if not, then let's move on to the third point. That's the point we've just discussed about the importance of implementing traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples into tourism, and probably we should add also energy sector, since we discussed it. Just a second. And energy sector. All right. So that we do not exert this unnecessary pressure on the indigenous people's way of life. Any objections? No objections. That's great. Then I believe that if not all, then most of us have already got acquainted with the project presented yesterday by the Business Cooperation in the North Working Group of the Model Northern Forum 2020. Well, if not, I could briefly summarize it right now. Like our colleagues have proposed to establish a kind of a network of hotels called Northern Stars throughout all the regions member to the Northern Forum, which is an interesting idea, as well as to provide kind of a share of experience capabilities for us to better understand what we need and what we can do when it comes to the business development in the North. I believe that these projects are implementable, which is very important in our case. So if there are no objections on these ideas, we'll move on to the fifth point, which was suggested actually by me. And the idea is again that though this project itself is a good idea and we can try to bring it to life, we can just track the public to provide us with more ideas and create a kind of a bank of new ideas on tourism, because these are the possible consumers actually, and it can be interesting to see what our possible clients and travelers might need. Any comments? Any objections? Well, if not, then let's move on to the sixth point. The sixth point, I could say, was inspired by the statement by Honorable Government Kyrgyzov-Barsky that the importance of sustainable development should be, sustainable energy actually should be put within the legal framework, like of the Northern Forum strategy. And I believe that this point reflects this idea that our governments should, in declaration, reaffirm their commitment to the promotion of clean and sustainable energy in the North and in the Arctic, in accordance with the United States Sustainable Development Goal number 7. All right, I see that that's okay with us. Let's move on. Again, just to in order to make sure that the energy agenda is prioritized within the Northern Forum discourse, we could reorganize, so actually just, we could say, rename and a few organizational changes to the existing sustainable regional adaptation to climate change working group, and to transform it into the sustainable energy and regional adaptation to climate change working group, since this group have proven rather efficient during our yesterday's meeting. And also because these two topics, like energy sector and regional adaptation to climate change, are closely intertwined and connected. So I believe it's important to draw attention to the problem of sustainable energy also in this way. Well, no objections. Let's move on. Again, I've mentioned the project of the map of renewable energy sources, and which is one of a number of completed projects by the Northern Forum. You could find this map on the official website, and I strongly recommend you do it. Probably, if not now, of course, just it would be, I'm sure it would be interesting for you. And I suggest that if we want our projects to be implemented, we should base them on implementable. We should base them on the already existing projects. And we could transform this one into the new format, like the annual report on the renewable energy in the North, which is on the one hand is likely to boost our forum's visibility, which is very important right now. And secondly, it could serve as a kind of benchmark against which we could assess our own progress in this sphere. No objections. That's great. If you want to add something to the point, you're also welcome to raise your hand if you find it important. Next, the point actually suggested by the representative of Magadan Oblast, so please pay attention if I understood it right. Like, we should take measures to eliminate the gaps in the chain of innovation development by creating innovation support centers, stimulating small innovative businesses, and etc. It was your primary idea. That's great, and it's also, let's say, corresponds with the current discourse of many conferences on the Arctic and North affairs. So I think it suits here just perfectly. Then the point proposed by the representative of Khabarovsky Krai, by the representative of Magadan Oblast, that we should draw attention to the fact that new energy capacities result in better infrastructure and more efficient businesses, which is a very important link to mention in our document. And then we move on to the Khabarovsk-Krai's ideas. We should study the possibility of making energy storage capabilities more efficient, especially within this isolated energy system. And we should also probably assess the existing inefficient energy and tariff policies, which includes also taxation, as far as I understand, that impede the development of local production of renewable energy. So, like, we try to let our energy producers produce more energy and store it, and at the same time remove all possible barriers to their work. It seems perfectly logical. And then we should also disseminate the knowledge about energy conservation again. Energy efficiency, it's more like a share of experience idea, which is also important. And finally, I suggest we should approve also the project worked out at the meeting of the Regional Adaptation to Climate Change Working Group of our model. If you didn't get acquainted with it, actually its basic idea is quite similar to our own, that we, one of the main ways to remedy the current situation with climate crisis is to address the energy issue in all possible means. Well, if that's it, I see your offline hand, Ms. Kamcherova. Yeah, you're welcome.
I believe we can add one more point, if it's possible, of course.
Of course, it's possible.
Yeah, creating institutional and economic conditions for advanced construction of the infrastructure framework of the main resource clusters and attracting investors.
All right. Could you pronounce it once more? Just
creating institutional and economic conditions for advanced construction of the infrastructure framework of the main resource clusters of the main resource. Resource clusters and attracting investors.
Well, okay, I see. Well, I believe that this idea also corresponds with the statement by Ms. Nikolskaya about, for instance, about the importance of developing the Northern Sea route, because the Northern Sea route is possibly the most the largest piece of infrastructure we can see in the north, and it's really promising. So I like this idea. Are there any objections on the part of our honorable delegates? All right, if not, are there any amendments or probably reservations or just changes to the document we have? If you're interested, then there's just a signing list and that's it. Okay, if not, then I suggest we should hold our vote procedure. As you probably know that in this case, the simple majority would be enough, but I believe that during these difficult times, and actually considering the important points we've mentioned in our document, we should consider the possibility of unanimous vote and of consensus, so as to demonstrate our resolve and unity in dealing with the current challenges to the prosperity of our communities, as well as to the climate and the very fragile nature of the North. So if you don't mind, I would recommend conducting this way. Are there any delegates against this resolution? And if there are, please raise your hands. Well, I believe that then we can consider our resolution approved unanimously, which is great. And I hope that this will be an important signal to the Board of Governors that we've conducted our work and we came up with a kind of a set of common toolbox of solutions we could suggest in dealing with the problems. Well, and I believe that that's it for our simulation. And as far as I understand, just a second, there are experts among us. And for instance, Mr. Peter Halderson, member of the Arctic Youth Network. It's great to have you with us. It would be great if you could provide us with any comments if you have them, and just assess the work we've just done.
Thank you. And I would just like to say it's very great and interesting to hear these discussions. And I think, even though I'm maybe not an expert in the actual energy infrastructures as such, at least being in Iceland and having heard Iceland mentioned previously today, I think maybe one thing I can contribute in the context of, for example, renewables, and it's very nice to hear the mention of not just, the renewables for themselves, but also how they can provide more decentralized energy systems, which I assume can have many other benefits for the regions other than just the electricity itself and other fuels. And I think Iceland is probably a very strange example in this context because it's not like the reason we have like 99.98% renewable energy or electricity production in Iceland is not really because we have been so diligent or things like that. It's rather because Iceland is such a geologically new land. There are no, oil or resources like that. So that was never a possibility. Although, of course, we do buy oil and import it, I think mostly from Norway. But then with our electricity production, we do have a lot of water. And we do, at least currently, have glaciers which build up these big reservoirs or reserves of water. And basically, so the reason we have this high level of renewable energy is both the rivers that we have and the geothermal energy or geothermal areas. And that's why from the beginning, our only possibility was to only use those. But so at least one thing I would like to mention based on that context is that I think it's very important to plan ahead and consider how much energy is necessary in general. Because even though in Iceland we have this, shiny image, there are many people and developers who don't want to just have enough. They just want to, expand it as much as possible. And that is not very positive for the unique landscapes and nature that we have in Iceland. And for example, the biggest power plant in Iceland, which also is the most controversial one, is from a glacial river. And it's actually the glacial river with the highest level of sediment in all of Iceland. So we basically know that in maybe 100 years from now, the reservoir, which covers, I think, 50 square kilometers, will fill so much with sediment that it will cease to have the ability to produce the electricity. And then, of course, additionally, we're going to lose the glacier which flows into it, which is quite interesting. But of course, if you ask the energy company, they say it's at least 400 years or something. But anyway, even though it's technically designated as renewable, we know that it has an end date. And at least looking at Iceland, there have been people here for 1,000 years. We hopefully will have people for another 1,000 and even more. But anyway, I just wanted to raise the point that it is very important, of course, to have the energy sources that are classified as renewable. But then it's also very important to think how much is enough so as to best preserve the nature we have, which of course can seldom be reclaimed. For example, if you put a reservoir on top of it. But anyway, it's great to hear on the discussion here, and maybe Halldór has something to add to this.
Thank you so much. And I also, since we have some time, would like to give the floor to Ms. Sofroneeva, PhD candidate in Economics and Business Administration at University of Vaasa, Finland. Ms. Sofroneeva, if you are with us, we would be very grateful for your comments.
Thank you. Thanks to all regional coordinators for your great speeches and your suggestions. And as a, of course, transition to sustainable and renewable energy from fossil fuels is really important. And as a part of the ARENA program of renewable energy of the Arctic Council, I'm highly interested and really glad to hear all the suggestions from you, from delegates. And maybe I would like to ask one question addressing to all the speakers. What could be the ways to involve young people of the North and indigenous youth to these economic activities related to sustainable energy? Please. And it will be really awesome if resolution will include the work with young people, and how the Northern Forum and the Northern Youth Forum could organize the process of involving young people in this kind of activities, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question and for your comments. Are there any delegates willing to answer? Well, if not, I believe that I have, since I'm also a delegate, as not only a chairperson, I believe that this very format, the model format, could also prove quite useful in engaging the youth in all actually Northern and Arctic affairs, since this is how we can get acquainted with the real political agenda. This is how we can actually come up with some new ideas regarding energy sector. And there are also other formats, and I believe that Mr. Kyrgyzov-Barsky is really an expert at them, since he also worked with the actually probably he could comment on it more than me. Anyway, I believe that even this very model is useful for engaging the youth in this process. Anna Nikolska also has her opinion expressed in the chat. I find it interesting. I suggest you should get acquainted with it. And I also see the online hand of Ms. Sadasheva. Ms. Sadasheva, you're welcome.
Yeah, it's actually along the lines what you are saying and what Anna is actually saying. I think connecting indigenous and non-indigenous youth from the Arctic regions and those who are interested in working in the Arctic from various countries may be important, because I know there's projects in Canada and the United States about that have to do with implementing small solar stations in the local indigenous communities. And I think talking about it just within the region with the residents and sharing experiences from different regions, including among young people, would contribute to the growing interest among young people to use renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And probably just came up with another idea. It could also prove quite useful, I believe, to hold a kind of student or youth sections by all large-scale Arctic events. Like in Russia, it could be the famous forum Arctic Made in Russia, which also has a youth component, if I'm not mistaken. I have a personal experience in Arctic Frontiers, for instance, and there is also a student section. And what is important that, for instance, the participants from Russia are invited on the principles of regional quotas, so that not only people from Moscow, for instance, participate in it, but mainly these are the students from these very northern regions, which is really great. And if I'm not mistaken, I've seen another hand. Was it right? I see actually two hands. I would like probably right now to give the floor to Mr. Haldor, if possible. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Sorry I came in a bit late, but on the issue of renewable energy and the use of energy in the north and how people are using energy, it's very much also about education, because the awareness of the population about how and why they're using energy. You know, we in Iceland, we have a certain privilege because we have a lot of renewable energy. But we only learned to use that maybe 50, 60 years ago. So it's relatively new to a large extent to the country. And we have a certain privilege in the sense that we have bundled renewable energy, so we can choose which types of energy to use. In many communities, like I've been to the northernmost places of Alaska, as an example, where they of course have a lot of oil and gas close by, and people are using the energy in a different way because of, for example, in Barrow, cars are not turned off from November until in May, and I know that at least happened in some parts of Siberia as well. So it's also about education. And, you know, another example of how people get educated and how older people like myself get educated by my children is using seatbelts in a car. When I was growing up, nobody used the seatbelt. Now I never go into my car unless I put on my seatbelt, because I always had somebody behind me saying, "Dad, did you put on your seatbelt?" So it's a matter of education, and you, the young people, you can educate. It's like, okay, we want to use renewable energy. We don't want the smog around us. We don't want to wake up in the morning and go outside and there's diesel fumes in the air. We want to change these things, and you are the best ones to actually do that, because it's also a matter of education. It's a matter of mentality. Like, how do we want our world to be? So paint the picture of the world you want to live in, and let's find a way to get to there. We have some projects in the past. I've been involved in the ARIA project, which was mapping renewable energy opportunities in the north. Those are great exercises. We also had community stories in there from smaller communities, mostly in Canada and Alaska, on how they could see themselves turn into and using more renewable energy sources. But in my opinion, it always came down to the same thing. It was all about dollars, all about money. And many of the communities were not ready to stretch or take that extra stretch because of the financial situation, and the policymakers were not ready to step in to help them take that step. So it's a combination of things. The Arena project is also another one. It's interesting, and I know for a fact that the upcoming chairmanship of the Arctic Council is very interested in this topic and interested in the youth involvement. So I encourage you to write up your ideas and put them forward in a way that policymakers can understand, and that we can together then go forward to improve the conditions as much as possible, because it's really your voice that is going to be significant in that context. That's my 2 cents for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It was a really very important comment for us all, I believe. And since we have another 3 minutes, I believe we could hear to one more speaker on the part of our delegates. And actually, I would like to give the floor to Despina. Despina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate the previous speaker, Mr. Haldor, if I pronounced that right. I think his inputs were very important. And to this, I want to add that apart from networking, which is very important, I guess that the youth has to know not only the benefits of green energy consumption, but also the negative aspect of it. I mean, if we all know to what are we going to lead this country, or not only this country, but the planet, the North in general, and how the environmental crisis affects us all, not only the North, I guess that the youth would be more active. And one more point is that I would suggest that people from many fields should be connected, not only, for example, those who study biodiversity or something connected to oceans or something, fields more related to the North, but also those from politics and maybe architecture, so engineers. So all these people can connect and share their ideas and backgrounds, because we are all in these, despite our religion or ethnicity. So whether someone is from Russia or, I don't know, from another country or the West, it doesn't matter, and we have to work in cooperatively. And the last point of mine is I forgot it, but it was important. I didn't remember it, so that's all for me.
That's okay, absolutely, because
thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and well, Ms. Kamcharova, I believe that your statement can prove rather interesting for us, but could you make it very brief, like
Actually,
as brief
yeah.
as?
Okay, I raised my hand way before, so but
right.
I can make a statement now about the 2 points that were mentioned before. The first point about the younger generation is that maybe we could create some, like they exist like techno parks for school, for the children who are in schools and universities, some programs that would be implemented in the universities of these sections and of the whole Russia and other countries that maybe will encourage like students and children to, for example, work in some special programs that are devoted to climate, to energy, etc. And about the education of the younger generation, I suppose it is important to, in smaller bits, in smaller packs, to implement the energy sector, the climate change, and everything in all the subjects. The same as, for example, if we just take the All Russia Olympiad, for example, in French that I have experienced, we've a lot about energy, about ecology, about climate change. So I suppose it has to be implemented in all of the subjects, and we should create special programs devoted to it in the educational system.
Thank you, Ms. Kamcharova, for your statement. And finally, I have a great honor of giving the floor, if possible, to Mr. Vladimir Vasilyev, if he is willing to give us any comment on our work on this discussion.
Good day, everybody. Just unfortunately, I missed most of your discussions. And it seems that you are discussing about this renewable energy issues and some kind of related issues for the Northern Forum to be implemented within the Northern Forum. Yes, it's very important questions, and I have to inform that during 5 years, the government of the Sakha Republic, Yakutia, in cooperation with the Northern Forum, hosted the Renewable Energy International Conference in Yakutsk from 2013 to 2017. And it was a very useful international platform organized also in cooperation with Rus Hydro company. As a result of this big conference, very good agreements were signed between Rus Hydro and the government of Sakha Republic. And now just solar panel stations are under construction in our republic. It's about 20 stations are already constructed, and we expect about 40 and 50 stations in coming years. And some foreign companies just started to come invest in Yakutia. So, for example, Japanese companies constructed this wind power energy station in Trixie. And we try to involve also native communities in this direction. It was very interesting experience of cooperation between Finland, India, Yakutia, to bring solar panels to reindeer herders communities. It was very amazing. Just there are Barefoot College in India. They invite women from many countries of Asia, Africa, Latin America, and teach them to construct by themselves solar panels and electrify their isolated villages. And our two women from Lower Coloma area just were trained in India, and they started to implement this interesting projects in reindeer herders committees. And in the beginning, just reindeer herders said us, why we need just this solar panel? It's very fragile, and we can just easily break them. We have just diesel, and it's enough for us. But you know, just diesel is very just it's just fuel, just impact influence to climate change also, just black carbon and etc. Then after that, when they received the solar panels and started to use them, after years, they asked me, Vladimir, can you just provide us more solar panels? It's very useful, and we just saved many diesel, about 40%. They reduced the use of the diesel. So it was very important for them to understand by themselves how it could be used, renewable energy sources, even in nomadic lifestyle. So just it's a very interesting and very important issue. And I think that in the Northern Forum, we will pay a lot of attention to that. And Haldur can tell you about just Arctic Energy Summit, just Arctic Portal and Institute of the North from Alaska just organized a very powerful Arctic Energy Summit. And unfortunately, the Northern Forum just pay not so active attention to this summit, but we will improve the situations, and we plan to be more active in these directions in energy and climate change. So just why this working groups we are created. We have this separate working group on energy, and the same on climate change that you are discussed today. And this youth engagement in the Northern Forum activities is very, very important for us. And we are just very clear that the Arctic Council also tried to organize such kind of activities in this the interstate body. And the SAO meeting just which was over last night. They just spoke a lot about youth and youth engagement in the Arctic Council activities, and we were glad to hear that Russian SAO, Mr. Nikolai Korchinov, mentioned that under the Russian chairmanship, Russia will pay a lot of attention to the youth engagement, and they hope that the Northern Forum and the University of the Arctic will provide great assistance to Russian chairmanship. It was very honor for us to hear about the Northern Forum, and we are ready to be involved in any kind of direction of the Arctic Council activities. And so just this model of the Northern Forum, it was a first task and first event for the Northern Youth Forum that we initiated this year, and thanks to Savina and others, Katya, it has a very good start, and we have a lot of hopes to you, to the Northern Youth Forum, and we see that many young people from different countries and regions will join us and will improve the Northern Forum, and we will create real circumpolar interregional organizations. Unfortunately, we have no Canadian regions yet. We are very active in earliest years, but due to some financial crisis reasons, etc., they left us about 7-8 years ago. So many things have to be done in coming years, and we have a lot of work to the Russian chairmanship. And it will be very interesting to see in more details your recommendations. Just look through all items, and we will use them in our practical work, in our daily work. And on December 11th, we will have this regional coordinators committee meeting in St. Petersburg, and I will inform all regional coordinators about the model of the Northern Forum and your recommendations. Just brief comments, and I hope that to make some interventions today during the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And right now I am to close our session, the session of the Regional Coordinators Committee of the Northern Forum 2020. And I'm happy to invite you also to the closing ceremony that will be held on YouTube at 3:30. So you're most welcome. And now I'm honored to pass, let's say, the responsibility for this model to the hands of my friend, of my colleague Arseny Kyrgyzov-Barsky, who will later hold the session of Board of Governors, I guess just in 5 minutes. And that's it for today, for our session at least. And thank you very much for participating, for your interest in the event. We really appreciate it. And have a nice day, and good luck with future research on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well done. Thank you.
Okay, we now have 4 minutes pause, and in 5 minutes we start the Board of Governors meeting. chairmanship in the Northern Forum to our region. Having experienced the chairmanship, we would like to first of all improve the mechanism by working out a year-by-year rotation procedure which could follow the alphabetic order in the Northern Forum, so that each and every region of the Northern Forum could bring their views and their own positions to the agenda of the forum. We see this as an opportunity to bring new life, new ideas and interests to our meetings. We have 3 more proposals on behalf of the Nenes Autonomous Region, and from the very beginning I would like to say that we have these proposals and the proposals of other honorable governors in our declaration, which I would later screen share when the delegates start their speeches. So as for our proposals, first of all, the proposals of the Nenes Autonomous Region, we would like to further develop the format of youth cooperation on the platform of the Northern Youth Forum and integrate a scientific partnership mechanism into it, where also young scientists, students, and researchers from non-member regions could participate in, and this way, in this way, awake the interest towards the Northern Forum in their regions, let it be in Russia, Canada, Norway, and other countries. We propose to especially focus on youth from the Arctic states, which could be contacted via different networks and platforms of the youth, which already exist in the Arctic and which already unite the youth from all the Arctic states and their neighbors. As for the agenda of the working groups, which has been very productive, we would like to propose the following. First of all, when speaking about the climate change, it is necessary to address the causes of this phenomenon, including man-made ones. We need to bring down the anthropogenical pressure on nature in the north by improving, among other things, waste management schemes. We propose to start interregional cooperation in the field of waste management in order to exchange best practices, data, technologies regarding waste management and recycling. This could be done by extension of functions of the Adaptation to Climate Change Working Group or Environment and Conservation Working Group. Addressing the same issue of waste management, business activity in this field could be intensified. Regional governments could give local businesses incentives to build sorting and recycling stations so that more waste could be reused and recycled again. Regional startups and initiatives in this field could also be supported by regional authorities, not only by funding, but also by simplifying the legal issues of such companies and raising awareness among local population via governmental information channels and other means. This issue could be addressed in the business development in the North Working Group. Honorable colleagues, thank you for your attention. That's all from the Nenes Autonomous Okrug, and I would like to wish you a productive meeting today. So I would like now to give the floor to the, let me see if the governor of Akureyri is here present, the vice chairman of our working group. Oh, I don't see him here yet. So let's first move on to our third speaker, the governor of Yakutia, Nikita Rodionov. Nikita, it is my honor to give the floor to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I would like to begin with, I would like to thank for giving me a floor the governor of Yamala-Nenes Autonomous Region, Nenes, I'm sorry, Autonomous Region, His Excellency Mr. Arseny Barsky, for giving me a floor. Honorable colleagues, it's a great pleasure to represent on this forum the Sakha Republic of the Russian Federation. Nowadays, we are facing great challenges. Global warming, extinction of the rare animal species, disproportion of regional development, and etc. But I believe this is a chance to combine our efforts in order to achieve new horizons of cooperation. Arctic is a very difficult region for economic activity. That's why we need to attract new parties in the region. There are more and more countries which want to participate in Arctic affairs. This forum gives an opportunity to speak up at our thoughts and ideas and to be heard by every party. Among members of this board, we have representative of the Northern East Asia, Mr. Kudakaev, the governor of Gangwon Province, Republic of Korea. We value participation of non-Arctic states, and we are ready for further cooperation. Only together we can make Arctic zone the zone of sustainable development. And I would like to present my statement about development of the northern regions as a strategic task of the country on the example of our subject of the Federation, Sakha Republic. Leadership of the Russia regularly emphasizes the importance of the development of the regions of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation as one of the main tasks in the 21st century. Every 2 years we hold an International Arctic Forum to attach investments, to develop international cooperation, and to give floor to representatives of the stakeholders who are ready to negotiations. The issues of the development of the northern regions are also discussed on Eastern Economic Forum. The Sakha Republic has a unique position within the Russian system of government. Our subject of the Federation is a part of the Arctic zone and also of the Far Eastern Federal District. The federal government, as well as the Ministry for the Development of the Russian Far East and Arctic, base their policy on a belief that both Far East and Arctic have the same structural problems of the development. That's why we pursue policy of developing within the two key documents, new version of which were adopted in 2020. The first one is the National Program of the Far East Development until 2025 year. The second is the Strategy for the Development of the Arctic Zone of the Russian Federation and Provision of National Security through 2035. To fulfill the tasks and achieve the goals of the May Decree of the President of the Russian Federation of May 7, 2018, the Republic's government has started realization of 53 regional projects for a total amount of 31,348 million of rubles. A few of these are implemented in the Arctic zone within the frameworks of the following national projects: education, housing and urban development, healthcare. In accordance with the federal law on the state support for business activity in Arctic zone of the Russian Federation, the Corporation of the Development of the Sakha Republic is implementing a program of preferential treatment for the residents of the Arctic zone. We have full support of the federal government and the Ministry for the Development of the Russian Far East and its agencies of the development of the region, in creation of workplaces, stimulation of entrepreneur activity, and attaching labor to the region. From promotion of the Northern Sea route, we are modernizing port infrastructure in Tiksi. We expect to increase the volume of the traffic to 300,000 tons per year through this port by year 2025. The given examples shows the importance of the development of the Arctic regions in the Russian domestic policy. But we also believe that this work can be beneficial to all parties through the development of the cooperation for sustainable development of the whole region. We're ready to meet your ideas and proposals, and welcome to our republic. And on the behalf of the Sakha Republic, I would like to make some proposals. The first one is, I have already mentioned, involvement of non-Arctic states is ultimately important. I believe we can develop a strategy of attraction of foreign states in development of Arctic, which will be proposed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our countries. Second, we must continue work to preserve the traditions of people of the North, adapt their traditions and to conditions of the modern society. To achieve this task, we can cooperate with different universities. We can sponsor researches and events which will promote culture and custom of these nations. And our top priority is prosperity of our republic and the whole region. As I mentioned in my statement, we have already done a great work, but there is a room for improvement. I believe we can create a new platform for authentic investments in our economies, in our region. For example, it can be Arctic Investment Forum. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you for.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor of Yakutia. And we would like to encourage you to add your proposals to the declaration draft, which is already almost finalized and which can be found in the chat of the Board of Governors. And once again, I would like everyone to switch off the mics. Now let's move on to the Mayor of Akureyri, Honorable Delegate Jonathan Wood. who prepared very useful proposals in 14 pages for the declaration of the Model Northern Forum, which is, of course, very important and maybe the biggest input ever made in the Model Northern Forum. Honorable Jonathan Wood, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, and I apologize. I was watching on a different platform, but I'm glad to be amongst you guys. So, honorable governors, honorable members of the forum, colleagues, I'm glad that we could all make it here today and to have these proposals and, for this, beginning of the final day of the Northern Forum. And I first off want to thank the chairman for getting us all together and for seating us and having us here at the table. I want to think that, that there are a lot of successes, innovations, and a spirit of cooperation here at the Northern Forum. And I think that from what I've seen from yesterday and from what I've seen from the working groups in their Google documents, that is very much continued here today. And I hope that spirit will continue this afternoon when we all meet again to have our final meeting. And second, I did want to actually say a few words from Ásthildur Sturludóttir, who is the current mayor of Akureyri. And she just wanted to stress the importance of this forum and the role that it plays for development in the Arctic region. Even though that we are municipalities, Okrugskreis, oblasts, various provinces and states, these proposals at the grassroots level, at the smaller regions where we can actually talk about issues that affect our communities, affect our regions, these have lasting implications for our states, for our countries. We're really the laboratories of ideas. And if they can work on the local and regional level, they can work on the state level, they can work on the national level, and they can work on the international level, especially when it comes to things fighting climate change, sustainable energy, and when it comes to business development in the Arctic region. So, and this is a unique forum and opportunity, especially when we engage a wide variety of different peoples, both indigenous, non-indigenous, but also having voices from all across the globe, including South Korea, Alaska, Iceland, and the many various regions of Russia. And when it comes to the when it comes from the honorable chairman's speech, I do want to second if he had brought it up, the alphabetical order. I don't know if you spoke about that, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to second that motion on the rotational basis because I think it is quite a great example of us to have equality here within the forum. And I believe that that is the best way to move forward. So I would like to second that as well, given that each of us are equal members of this forum. And second, I'd like to again point out the youth angle, which is not only the focus of the future chairmanship of the Northern Forum, but as I heard from the plenary session of the Arctic Council yesterday, is it going to be a large aspect of the Russian Federation's chairmanship in the Arctic Council as well. So I think I agree that focusing on our youth, we are the future, and anything that we can do to bolster them and their ability is what is key for the Arctic region going into the future. And I believe that NGMO brings a lot to the table with that to offer. The Arctic Youth Network brings a lot to the table with that, and the collaboration that they have signed, I think, is a sign of strength in the Arctic region in terms of youth engagement. And I encourage each of you and anyone that you know to engage with those fora and opportunities that we hope to make more available and continue to access modules like these. So as to my 14-page proposal, and I apologize for those that had to stay up late reading, I submitted those at GMT time. I recommend that these are the best practices of my town where I'm currently residing, and our future proposals that are aspirational for our town. And I recommend that anyone who finds them interesting to go on the document and second them to bring up as formal proposals into the future, into our final meeting. And I want to thank all of those who have brought in other ideas. I've read the working group Google documents from the working groups, and I thought that there were very excellent proposals. And I like such as the Northern Stars dimension, I thought was a very interesting idea from the business development working group in terms of sustainable hotels to develop tourism within the region. And I also think that the summer schools was an excellent proposal that I think is something that we all could take advantage of were it to be funded appropriately for each of us to get to know one another's regions, countries, and peoples in order to continue this cross-cultural dialogue. And anyway, so please take, I found these insightful. I hope that you have found my proposals insightful. So honorable colleagues, I thank you for your attention, and I wish you guys very much a productive future. And I hope to see you guys later this evening. And I will now give the floor. I was late, so I assume someone went before me. So I will leave it to the Honorable Chairman to delegate who I pass the floor to. So thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairman and the Mayor of Akureyri. Your proposals are very insightful and useful for the Northern Forum as it is, and for the Model Northern Forum as well, for the delegates. So later to the closing ceremony, closer to the end of this meeting, I will screen share the declaration, which has now been also sent to the Zoom chat. And everyone will be also able to see the proposals we've made. Not every governor has made his or her input to the declaration, but I'm certain that closer to the end, we will have everyone having made the input there, or at least the chairman will also help to facilitate this cooperation and make the inputs on behalf of the governors of northern regions. So now let's move on to our next delegate, and it is the Gangwon province, the Republic of Korea, Region Kudakaev. I would like to pass the floor to you, Honorable Governor. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Jonathan for his inspiration, for his brilliant speech, and let me begin. It is a pleasure and a great honor for me to be a part of the Northern Forum. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for all efforts made by the governor of the Nenets Autonomous Region, Arsenij Kirgizov-Barsky. This international event has brought together so many bright minds despite the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's a brilliant thing to participate. And it inspires confidence and makes me believe that through cooperation, we together, all humanity, can achieve any goal we want to. And the Arctic region is a unique point of convergence between countries of Asia, North America, and Europe, a place for peaceful cooperation and dialogue. And the melting of the Arctic ice will provide new opportunities for all of us for growth, but it also poses serious challenges to the livelihoods of the residents in the Arctic region. And the decreasing sea ice creates new business opportunities, and we must use it. And I want to share with you my proposals. First of all, the creation of an efficient transport infrastructure, including sea and river ports, airports, road, railways, is vital for the Northern region development. And in order to achieve the goal, regional governments and local businesses will face formidable problems. For example, its extreme weather conditions and the great size of the Arctic region and the different socio-economic characteristics of settlements, etc., etc., etc. And this challenge may be a heavy burden for one country, but for all of us, through international cooperation, nothing is impossible. And the second proposal is the development of the Northern region will require a large number of self-motivated and highly qualified professionals with a wide variety of backgrounds. And there is a need to incorporate skills of international cooperation as well as knowledge of local content in the training of such specialists. And in this regard, it is necessary to consider the possibility of establishing the system of international education programs and internship within the Northern Forum members. The third proposal, it's regardless Winter Olympic Games of 2018, and the legacy of these Winter Olympics still has a positive impact on Gangwon province. And the transport infrastructure as well as the system of sports facilities have improved significantly. And the Republic of Korea has strengthened the atmosphere of peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula through these Olympic Games. At the same time, we both know that Russia, Finland, United States of America are traditionally strong in winter sports. And we can establish a winter sport competition among all members of Northern Forum, and it will be a great opportunity for the development of humanitarian exchange between Northern territories. So, of course, at this moment, holding mass events is compounded by the COVID epidemic, but now it is possible to think over the structure of the future sports organization. And Arctic is a unique region, and it provides us a great opportunity to cooperate. And as I already mentioned, we must use it to meet our goals together. Thank you very much for your attention. And I think I would like to give a floor for, if I'm not mistaken, for my dear colleague from Krasnoyarsky Krai.
Rodion and the Honorable Governor of the Gangwon Province, thank you very much for your speech, and thank you for your input into the joint declaration of the Model Forum. Yes, you're right. Now the floor will be passed to Eduard Petrov, the governor of the Krasnoyarsky Krai, and this speech will be delivered in Russian. So if you need the simultaneous translation, switch on the translation in the instrument board below in the Zoom. And Eduard, the floor is yours. Эдуард, вы можете...
Здравствуйте.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. I would like to thank you for your attention to development of Arctic, for organizing this forum. Indeed, now we are in a kind of global community, and 100 years ago, exploration of Arctic was as difficult as exploring the space. Many scientists lost their lives there. But their great discoveries showed us that our Arctic is one common for everybody. I participated in different Arctic expeditions. I led myself Arctic expeditions, and I know Arctic by myself. I know its problems and fragilities. I would like to focus attention on those environmental problems which have not been solved yet. We have lots of ecological harm on the part of Krasnoyarsk region and other regions as well. We need to systematize our knowledge and experience so as to try to help Arctic in the coming decade. The second problem is the lack of communications. Connection is very poor. If now we can see on each other on video, but there is no mobile connection, and satellite connection is not very good, so we need new communication stations. The fundamental basis of cooperation in Arctic is the elaborating of technologies of rescue. We should have unified common standards to rescue people, to give them first aid. The main transport is the ice fleet and the aviation. Some people explore Arctic on foot, of course. What are these unified common standards? It is parts, the type of diesel fuel, and the technologies should be common, should be standardized. Sometimes it seems that it is impossible to give first aid, and if we plan to increase the contingent of people who we need a serious reflection on the subject. And as far as goods produced are concerned, the cost of production is very high due to the distance of diesel electric stations and a lack of roads and communications, and everything that we would like to do will be not very profitable. There is one project together with Rosatom on the Novaya Zemlya on exploration of some rare metals. The consequences are not commensurable with the resources which are there, and now we have to reflect on the projects we consider attractive, and we need on the sacrifice we should make in order to develop Arctics. In Arctic we should concentrate all the best minds and all the intelligence so that we could make the right decision and not do something and then think globally how to solve the problem. We should think about the environment, about the ecology, of its fragility. Thanks to everyone thanks to everyone who has listened to me, and if you have any questions on the application of the experience, I will help you. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your expertise. And I would like to add that in case any of the participants would like to facilitate this cooperation and to have the contacts with other participants, you can ask the organizers, the secretariat, for contacts of other participants if they do not mind to have their contacts shared. And we will give you their email address or something like that, so that our youth cooperation could also continue, and so that expertise could come into this sphere. So now let's move on to our next speaker, the Honorable Governor of Lapland. The first speaker is going to be Arina Sashanova, who is going to present the first position of Lapland. We have two independent speakers representing Lapland who prepare their speeches and proposals independently, which is quite an honor for the Modelь Sеверного Forum. So now, Arina Sashanova, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Arseniy. So good afternoon, my colleagues. I'm very pleased to be a part of today's discussion because I think that only dialogue can help us to follow right direction. Specifically, this applies to Arctic. So as a representative of Lapland, Finland, I would like to mention that nowadays Arctic policy issues such as climate change, the lack of respect for rights and traditions of indigenous communities, and natural resources extraction, as well as their respective consequences for societies, are quite acute. So, however, the perspective in different spheres for these regions is transparent, how you can see. And it's true that a lot of effort is needed to achieve the necessary social, economical, political, industrial development of northern territories. However, there is no turning back. And I would like to mention that my speech will be quite different from the others, but in my speech with understanding in respect of for other areas of the Arctic development, I would like to focus on social development of the Arctic. And specifically, I would like to deeply announce the problem of outflow of indigenous people from their traditional living sites. So now such people are no longer perceived as a backward group of population, but as ethnic minorities with traditional types of natural management and a way of life that is fundamentally different from the general European one. Almost all countries of the northern continent are trying to increase funding for the regions of compact residents of indigenous communities to provide decent education in the language of indigenous peoples, to invest in traditional crafts, to build infrastructure, or to raise salaries for the representatives of indigenous communities, to maintain the culture of identity or identity of such societies. However, as we can see, these measures didn't lead to a solution for this problem of population outflow. Based on this, I can conclude that sooner or later, all northern countries will face a similar problem. States today are trying to keep young people in these regions in Virta through intensive fundings and the provision of preferential terms in various fields of activity. However, the idea behind this for the young people of the northern regions themselves is nowhere, and they aspire to large cities and do not see the value in preserving the traditional way of life. Thus, having announced the problem, I would like to go straight to the recommendation that I have developed. And first of all, I would like to mention that using commercial and social videos show the young people of the North that their work is really important and for the society and for the preservation of the history. For example, the government of an Arctic state can allocate funds for creating a social video for interviews with young people in large cities such as Oslo or Moscow, where young people would say they want to replace the noisy, fuzzy city life style with other traditional crafts in Arctic. And as I already mentioned, unfortunately, there is no longer idea behind the traditional work of indigenous communities. Short films could made showing the importance of indigenous community and for their young people. The other aspect I would like to mention that creation a good infrastructure in cities and villages of the north. So, for example, indigenous people who are busy with traditional crafts receive quite a lot of money from their states for this, but they don't have the opportunity to spend this money on improving their quality of life and self-development. Since there is no modern infrastructure. By infrastructure, I mean shopping and entertainment centers, maybe cafes, restaurants, modern cultural or educational sites, aimed not at visiting tourists, but at representative of the indigenous people themselves. The third point that I would like to say is given the budget of many northern states, governments can provide housing for this type of representative of their countries who are busy with traditional crafts, Such a measure will help to popularize this crafts among young people. And I also would like to mention that given that the traditional features of such societies of us knows is disadvantageous, but states may propose their profitability by adding modern technology to traditional features. Yes, I understand that this initiative may face objections from indigenous people who agree that such modern fishery and reindeer husbandry will no longer be traditional, but such objections can be dispelled with the help of competent social advertising, which will help the indigenous people to understand that the introduction to modern technologies will allow them to, first of all, preserve the traditions and at the same point make a profit. And the last but not least is to better meet the needs of traditional population. It's necessary to include the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and other international documents in state legislation, and form a joint global policy toward indigenous people. Yeah, so there's all recommendations that I wanted to announce regarding this problem. And I think this problem is staying in the same step with other Arctic issues. And in the light of global changes, the evolution of the way of life and culture of indigenous people can lead to their decline and gradual extinction, but also it can become a qualitatively new fruitful stage of the history. And to summarize, I want to suggest the governments that are already here not to force people to live in indigenous territories against their will, but maybe to allow them to modify, improve their culture with pursuing their identity. So yeah, thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate from Lapland, Finland. Thank you, Arina Sashanova. And now let's move on to our next speaker, representing Alaska, United States of America, the Governor of Alaska, Nikita Beluhin. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I would also like to turn on the presentation, if it is possible, in order to provide some statistics, which I find interesting, and I hope the statistics will also be interesting to our participants. So I will try to turn on my screen. Everything should go all right, I hope. Can you see the presentation?
No, not yet.
Oh, well, I'm sorry for the delay.
Now it's turning on.
Okay.
Yes, it's here.
Okay.
If you could make the slides bigger. Yes, now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's all right. Yeah. Yeah. So, dear representatives of Arctic region, my fellow colleagues, I'm immensely happy to be part of today's discussion. And as you can see, the main idea which I would like to deliver during my speech is that Arctic region and our northern territories, which we represent, should no longer be held hostage to oil and gas industry. And my sincere conviction is that the emergence of post-industrial Arctic is becoming ever more apparent. And for a long time, the Arctic development has been based on three main pillars, that is resource, public and traditional sectors. But right now, we can see that there is a growing role of the Arctic's other economies, prompted by the shift to tertiary and quaternary sectors. And there is a growing evidence that Arctic regions are well capable of diversifying their economy, of attracting digital and high-tech industries. And we should also bear in mind that Arctic regions have already become hotbeds of well-educated and well-educated people, scientists, engineers, and so on and so forth. And this enormous potential, this enormous talent capacity should be leveraged, should be brought into life. And these people, these talented engineers, should become the groundwork of a new Arctic economy. But first, I would like also to focus on demographic challenges which Arctic regions face. And as we can see, the situation, the demographic situation in different Arctic regions varies significantly. While the known Eurasia, the territories of Russia, experience declining population, which can be illustrated by this particular map. Alaska, in contrast, experiences a population growth. So we can, and that's why different Arctic regions require different demographic strategies. And I also believe that in terms of demography, migration between Arctic regions of a particular country and the rest of the country should be managed carefully. Because when, we can see that because Arctic regions are still pivot on the development of oil and gas resources, this particular sector is very volatile. So if oil prices and gas prices are high, these projects, oil and gas projects, can attract a lot of people to these regions. But when prices fall again, these people will move back and leave this region. And I think this volatility and flows and outflows of migrant workers should be managed very carefully. And local population should not suffer as a result of these significant inflows and outflows, which are very sudden. I think we should also give the local population opportunity to learn specific skills, which will enable them to participate in these projects. I believe that knowledge economy is not just some vague and abstract concept in Arctic. Knowledge economy is a palpable and tangible phenomenon and should be considered as such. But the possible digital transformation of Arctic also entails some security concerns, which I think our regions should be particular wary of and should be pay significant attention to. From the perspective of the United States of America and the state of Alaska, I would like to make the following proposal. I think that digital infrastructure projects such as Arctic Connect should be open to scrutiny by all Arctic states, and Arctic states should be kept updated about the development of this project, its scale and implications. And perhaps, dear colleagues, we should also raise the question of whether Arctic states should create a single technological company or consortium which should carry out this project, Arctic Connect, instead of delegating it to a foreign non-Arctic company, particularly Chinese company. From the perspective of the United States of America, I think it is very important to highlight this particular concern of our state. The existing extractive industries which operate in Arctic regions should be made resilient and sustainable. Local population should receive the necessary education and professional skills to participate in these projects. We should create ecosystems conducive to innovation and knowledge-driven activities in the Arctic. I also suggest that all Arctic nations should develop official statistics systems on Arctic knowledge economy and innovation. I think this will further facilitate our possible innovation, cooperation, and exchange of statistics information. And I also believe that it is equally important to combine both indigenous and scientific knowledge to ensure a safer and a more sustainable Arctic. And it is also important to deliver the full potential of a cultural economy. That is to support local crafts and arts, to help them gain access to external markets, to make these local crafts and arts capable of generating significant economic profits. And I think the delegates of our Northern Forum should consider the possibility of creating or establishing regular support programs to empower indigenous entrepreneurs. And my final proposal is that Arctic regions should actively develop their diplomatic efforts to actively engage in the concept of the so-called para-diplomacy and continue their efforts to forge inter-regional connections. And in that regard, I propose that perhaps Scotland, as well as state of Maine, which are also actively developing their own Arctic strategies. In fact, Scotland published its Arctic strategy September last year. Scotland, as well as the state of Maine, another American state, should also become members of the Northern Forum, which would enable us to extend our cooperation networks and provide a safer and a more secure future for Arctic. All in all, I believe that our common aspiration should be building not only a powerful Arctic, but also an empowering one. That is, the Arctic should become the hotbed of talent, innovation, technological prowess, and welfare for both indigenous population and citizens which would like to move there and build their life in Arctic regions. Thank you, honorable delegates, honorable representatives. I hope you have found my speech engaging or at least interesting. And I now pass the floor to the representative of Yamal Nenets Autonomous Okrug. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I will now turn off the screen.
Thank you, Honorable Governor of Alaska. We would also like to encourage you to input the statistical information to your proposals, which we are very thankful for. And as for Scotland and the state of Maine, I believe these regions have never been members of the Northern Forum. Why not invite them to join the Northern Forum in the future? So let's move on to the Governor of Yamal Nenets Autonomous Okrug, Maxim Bayev. Maxim, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Honorable colleagues, members of the Northern Forum, Honorable Chairman and Vice Chairman, it is a pleasure and an honor for me to speak on behalf of Yamal Nenets Autonomous Okrug at the Board of Governors session today. The Arctic is a prospective region, partially thanks to the fruitful cooperation between the Arctic regions. Nonetheless, there are still many issues that have yet to be addressed. I think it's worth to mention that Yamal is actively included in the international Arctic agenda and is becoming an effective platform for international dialogue on various issues. Priority support for the traditional way of life of the indigenous peoples of Yamal has predetermined long-term and systematic cooperation in the United Nations. Thanks to the results achieved in the field of sustainable development of indigenous peoples of the North, Yamal annually presents its experience at the sessions of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in New York. As part of the Circumpolar North, Yamal systematically participates in the work of international organizations such as the Arctic Council, the Arctic Circle, the University of the Arctic, as well as international discussion platforms such as the Arctic, the Territory of Dialogue, the Arctic, the Present and the Future. Cooperation within the framework of the Northern Forum is of great importance for our region. For many years, our students have been participating in a project of this organization called the Youth Ecological Forum. In 2017, the forum was held in Salihard, the capital of Yamal. And now let me move on to the proposal part of my presentation. First of all, when speaking of the indigenous peoples' issues, it is significant to continue considering the issues of the farming branches in which the Arctic Aborigines are engaged in. Among these issues, we can outline the decline of the indigenous populations' industries, which some of the North regions have been encountering in recent years. The decline has partially happened due to the urbanization and the outflow of Aborigines to cities. To address this, the regions should actively launch the work aimed at improving the living standards of the traditional population and continue to provide these people with social and economic support. Secondly, in order to address the issue of waste management, it is important that all the current activity in this field be actively continued. And according to the ecological problems we face and the way we address them in Yamal, we propose that the regions in which waste processing facilities operate should cooperate with regions that do not have these facilities. The organizations involved in cleaning up the Arctic territories should also be included in such cooperation. Thirdly, as regions specializing in gas and oil production, it is important for Yamal to continue the cooperation between the regions in development of this field, as well as prevention and disposal of negative exposure to production on the environment. According to this, we propose the regions to carry on introducing high technologies for gas and oil fields. Also, I wanted to mention that during the meeting of the working groups yesterday, 2 projects by the delegates of Yamal were proposed. One, the research and educational Arctic Youth Expedition to the northernmost railroad. Expedition length will be 2 weeks, and during the expedition, participants will study nature, take samples, and make other necessary research, and will have 3 or 4 stops at stations where lectures, workshops, and seminars will be held, as long as meetings with indigenous peoples. The second is business project for building the network of the Arctic mini hotels, Northern Stars. We highly appreciate the support we received for both of the projects, and we also invite all the regions of the Northern Forum to join our initiatives. Honorable governors and members of the board, we fully appreciate the work of all the delegations of the Northern Forum and truly believe that only together we will solve all the issues for the benefit of the Arctic, our home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Governor of the Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Okrug, and thank you for reminding of the wonderful projects presented yesterday by the delegation of the Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Okrug. It was very impressive. Now let's move on to the governor of the Kamchatka Krai, Maria Yakovleva.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Good afternoon. Greetings to honorable members of the forum. It's a great honor and a pleasure for me to be a part of the Northern Forum community and to be a representative of Kamchatka Krai. The importance to pay attention to northern territories and Arctic region is crucial nowadays, both for necessity of greater development of the region and rising ecological concerns, which will affect the life of people living there. The smooth cooperation among governments, working groups, and business structures in this region should be promoted even more to achieve goals of sustainable development and meet the people's need living in these hot climatic conditions. Nowadays, more and more countries, especially Asian, express their willingness to participate in Arctic affairs. So the Northern Territories and Arctic region create great platform for developing mutual peaceful cooperation among nations. As for importance of Kamchatka region, it's an outpost of security and representation of Russia's geopolitical interest in Asia-Pacific region. Also, it is a territory of high quality of life of the population based on balanced economic development and on the unique natural resources of the region. I would like to present some strategies for development of Kamchatka Krai. There is some main strategic goals of the development of Kamchatka Krai by the period up to 2025. For example, it is necessary to move away from a monostructural economy focused only on the fishing industry and to make a transition to simultaneous development of the fishing industry, of mining and processing mineral industry, of tourism and the sanatorium resort sphere, and eventually move toward the formation of a sustainable life support system and improving the quality of the social environment. According to strategic ambitions, by 2030, the Kamchatka Krai is going to reach the next goals, create new enterprises in priority sectors of the economy that provide high added value, promote the development of entrepreneurship in the production of goods and services, create high investment attractiveness by finding strategic investors, improve transport infrastructure, improve housing and communal infrastructure, optimize energy infrastructure, to create favorable conditions for the life and work of the population by ensuring the population's access to quality medical services and ensuring the access of the population to quality education. Moreover, the positive dynamics in the economy dictates its own rules. The region really needs to attract specialists to the still scarce labor market, which is that the authorities are doing together with the business community to achieve this goal. If we talk about the food industry, then it's necessary to saturate the market with competitive products in order to satisfy the demand of residents of Kamchatka Krai. By implementing the proposed plan of development of this territory, it's possible to create conditions for sharp growth of quality life of the population and sustainable production forces in all branches of the regional economy. Talking about general prepositions of northern territories development, they are next. Active involvement in northern region and in Arctic states relatively began not so long ago, so the Northern Forum can offer some insights into the creation of new norms to regulate Arctic region affairs and to create effective environmental laws to preserve species and maintain more or less environmental sustainability, as such project as Northern Sea Road will be developing, and I consider that some laws definitely will be needed. Secondly, raising quality of life and creation common northern standards of living is another issue which can be under consideration of Northern Forum. Raising life standards include improved communication and cooperation among the inhabitants of northern region by modernizing infrastructure systems, communication networks, accessibility of products, medical health, and good education possibilities. Thirdly, development of tourism can contribute to further development of infrastructure, capital inflow in this region, which can be used to local needs of citizens. Some policies should be designed which are aimed at integrating indigenous group of people, preserving their habitual way of life. And my last proposal, the Northern Forum effectively works as a complementary body to national governments, neither violates any order of a national government, nor denies the authority Still, in my opinion, it's necessary to create more clearer institutional framework of Northern Forum for more effectively functioning to be able to implement great projects. To sum up, the attention toward northern territories appeared not so long ago, so nowadays there are a lot of spheres where efforts can be put. Moreover, raised concerns of the Arctic future by the whole world will additionally stimulate to pay greater attention to the condition of northern territories, which definitely lead to cooperation among nations. Let's combine our efforts and bright ideas to make a significant contribution to development of northern region and Arctic territories. Honorable delegates, thank you a lot for your attention. I believe my proposals will be somehow useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Governor of Kamchatka Krai, Maria Yakovleva. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Governor of Magadan Oblast, Mr. Saputra Sandi.
Mr. Chairs, Governors, Observer, and friends of Northern Forum, today I am very pleased to see you again in our meeting, Northern Forum. Firstly, I want to mention to thank you for all our Northern people, for our cooperations, our commitments, our prospectus agenda, and of course our cooperation in the last time. And secondly, I want to say thank you very much for our chairs from the Nenets Autonomous Okrug, Russian Federation, for leadership and friendship and cooperation. And I will not forget how happy I am that we have been productive with two working groups with the regional adaptation to climate change and business cooperation in these days, and of course the regional coordinators for today. Mr. Chairs, I'm here presenting our land, our Northland, Magadan Oblast. Today we are in difficult situation. The global pandemic changed everything: economic, social, education, business, healthcare, and environmental issues. The pandemic will be challenging in the future, and we need to cooperate to meet a global challenging in the north. Therefore, we are from Magadan Oblast would like to put agenda to the Northern Forum that as a forum for dialogue, for international cooperation, inter-regional cooperation to solve our problem in the north. Moreover, Magadan Oblast has been implementing several programs related to our agenda, including cooperation with our north partners in economic, business, and education to enhance our development. And we are also success to mitigate climate change in our land. And we are now working on the pandemic, and we are struggling about it, but we are success to mitigate it, to handle it. Mr. Chairs, Governor, Observer, and friends of Northern Forum, we want to initiate to put agenda to our forum about a pandemic in the north and its impact to our societies together. It is essential that we need to cooperate to share problems and find a solution for kidneys of our north community, because pandemic COVID-19 has been destroying our economy and activity. We believe our forum can contribute for this problem in the future, not only for today. And how in the North and Social Issues Working Group can develop this agenda and addressing this agenda in the future. We believe it. Speaking about the international or inter-regional cooperation, I would like to mention about the education spheres today. We encourage our forum to have comprehensive exchange program for improving student mobility between our members. Therefore, increasing cultural exchange, scientific cooperation, and education development. This is very important, and the idea can be developed in cultural working group and education research in the future. So we hope it can be undertake in our cooperation in the future. Mr. Chairs, furthermore, we will never forget to address the global challenges and climate change. It is a real problem, not for us, not for you, but for all the people in the world, especially in the north, in the Arctic, where our home located. And addressing climate change in the north is to sometimes produce a paradox. Climate change is increasing activity of human beings. It stimulates upgrading economic value. However, climate change is degrading the quality of life in the north region, especially for north community where life to respect nature. It is challenging, this is treating the people. Hence, we encourage to increase the funds for regional adaptation to climate change working groups and environmental and conservation of biodiversity working group to implement the projects concerning the environmental protection, climate change, pollution, and all the related issues. In addition, we propose to facilitate more involvement of indigenous people because indigenous people is our base cooperation also in the north. In the working group of Northern Forum, so the support to allocate more funds, the project related to indigenous people, including protecting heritage, way of life, indigenous knowledge, tradition, and culture of indigenous people. So they can develop and take involvement in our agenda, in our project in Northern Forum. Mr. Chair, finally, we are people of Magadan Oblast always ready to cooperate with members, observers, organization, community, who concerning to improve the quality of North, to protect our lands, our home, our nation. And we want to say, stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you very much. The floor we give to our chiefs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Governor of the Magadan Oblast. We would like to thank you for your wonderful speech and for cooperation on various platforms in the Arctic, in the North, and for your inputs there as well. Now I would like to pass the floor to the second representative of Lapland, Laman Bakuvi. Laman, the floor is yours.
Good day, my dear colleagues. I am Laman Bakuvi and I am representing Finland, Lapland. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to be in such a discussion panel today. I am very glad to be part of today's discussions, of course. And today I want to tell you about the changing security system Arctic. Over the past year, a number of unpleasant security alarms have emerged in the Arctic, while the high north has been considered divorced from traditional tough static issues for more than 20 years. The questions of whether the Arctic can be perceived as an arena of militarity rivalry has remerged. 8 members of the Arctic Council, it's Denmark, Iceland, Ireland, Canada, Norway, Russia, USA, Finland, and Sweden, promote the Arctic as a zone of cooperation and join the problem solving. While the relating has the high north has a special geography, demography, and economy. Despite the chill in the relation between Russia and the United States since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine in 2014 by a tacit agreement between Council members. Discussions and Arctic diplomacy as a rule were shielded from political and security issues, what are not related to the Arctic. For the past two decades, the Arctic has been considered the arena of the high north low tensions. In this historical on 1987 speech in Murmansk, the last president of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, called it for the reduce of static tensions in the Arctic, sought peace consolidation measures. And in 1996, the newly created Arctic Council decided to leave security issues of its agenda and enshrined this organization's founding document. However, due to main factors, the situation has changed dramatically, unfortunately. The first factor, the opposing politics of the great powers, primarily Russia and the United States, began to manifest itself more in the Arctic, and as both countries understand the growing central importance of the region for their strategic interests. The second factor is the closer attention to the Arctic issues from non-Arctic countries. Especially since the expansion of economic activity in the far north is encouraged. China plays a leading role in this process, while the governments of the other non-Arctic countries also plays created impacting on the Arctic for their political interests. Among them, Japan, Singapore, South Korea, and a number of European countries, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, and the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union as a whole. As a result, the Arctic is moving further and further away from the international statistics periphery. Then, and this raises the questions of this what extent the Arctic should be considered an issue for international reason and then regional security. Finally, as you already understand from my speech, I tried my best to present to you one of the main problems of the Arctic. And while supporting my colleagues, I want to say that all these problems in the Arctic must find a way out and a solution immediately. I call all young diplomats and everybody to pay the attention to our topics today. This is our main goal at the moment, at the time. Thank you for your attention and all the best.
Thank you, Honorable Governor of the Lapland. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Governor of Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, Anna Kolodeznikova.
Honorable Governors, members of the forum, I'm glad to greet you here today. And first of all, I'll tell you about the situation in Chukotka, and I'm sure that a lot of governors will find our situation familiar. And then I will go to the proposals. Could you tell me, please, can you see me? And I'll share now the screen.
You have to have the opportunity to share the screen, but we cannot see the presentation right now. Now it is switching on, yes.
All right.
Here it is.
Right. So, Chukotka Autonomous Okrug is located in the northeast of the Russian Federation, the Chukotka Peninsula with islands. A significant part of the territory is located in the Arctic Circle. The climate on the coast is maritime and interior regions is sharply continental and permafrost is widespread. The population density is low, high remoteness and inaccessibility of settlements with area of more than 700,000 square kilometers. The lack of own fuel resources, high cost of energy resources and tariffs of housing and communal services, high goods cost and objective factors that negatively affect the socio-economic situation in the district. There is also no railway transport in the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug. There is a short navigation period. Now, 30 settlements of the Chukotka have no year-round connection with the network of regional roads. And even there are no transport to the closest districts in Russian Federation. All that leads to the need to create a new reservation of food, raw materials, fuels, and lubricants, significant annual cost of the construction and maintenance of winter roads. Until 2025, we are working on the development of extractive industries and the conduct of geological exploration work in 2 zones of advanced economic growth, Another and Chombilibinska. They are identified as strategic directions of economic activity in the Chukotka Autonomous District. And for the further development of the Northern Territories, we consider it important to take into account not only the conditions for the extraction of raw materials, but also the interest of northerners, primarily its indigenous inhabitants. We propose to establish the right of compensation for the sale of their territories of ethnic nature management, and compensation for the damage caused by the pollution of water resources by the sea and river vessels and industrial facilities. The cost of these items can be included in the programs for the development, for example, the North Sea Route. We think that should be a trust fund with a reservation, for example, up to 15 or 20% of all income from the commercial exploration of the Northern Sea Route to support the social development programs for the indigenous population of the northern regions. I believe that is maybe relevant for other Arctic countries as well. Without the resources of the Arctic, the world economy in the third millennium is just inconceivable. And in addition, there is a huge supply of fresh water in the Arctic, as we all know. And now is the best time for countries to find a common language with each other and become to support of each other. Conflicts between countries can lead to consequences for the whole planet. And we, as in all the northern regions, have many common topics. They are always relevant in a region, as you can see on the screen. It's social programs for the population. It's like education that we talked earlier, the rights of indigenous peoples, ecology and climate change, development of reindeer husbandry and fishing. We shouldn't forget about this. Problems of whaling, the issue of tax payments to the regional budget from the activities of subsoil users, Northern Sea Road, of course, provision of personnel in the field of healthcare and education, northern delivery, and the development of small aviation, including ambulance and emergency department, is very important. We should always be ready to help the people, not only to improve the situation with fuels, etc. The extinction of such giants as woolly mammoth 10,000–11,000 years ago, as well as serious problem with the spread of viruses this year, proves the fragility of our world, our common home, the planet. Violation is ecology, climate change in one point of the globe makes itself felt in other parts of the world as well. We need to cooperate not only to discuss the problems, but also to develop solutions in the modern world in existing realities. A positive decision on all the most important matters depends on skillful organizational work, and therefore Chukotka, as a representative of the Far North, proposes to organize within the framework of our forum a permanent international council of progressive youth from, for example, 23 to 30 years old, with its own charter, which will work in cooperation with the Arctic Council, with representatives of science and northern regions. In order to involve the youth in the North place in the cause of improving the world and development, the voices of young must be heard. I ask the participants to support our proposals and include it in the final document of our event. And thank you for listening. That's all for the moment.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Thank you, Honorable Governor Anna Kolodeznikova. And now I believe we have some more governors present here. They expressed their interest in being here. These are the governor of the Khabarovsk Krai and the governor of Primorsky Krai, who are currently Darina Sibuy and Yaroslav Solovyov. And on behalf of the chairmanship in the Northern Forum, the Nenes Autonomous Okrug, I would like to thank you for being present here. In case you have any inputs or comments or questions, you can raise your hands or make these inputs if you feel comfortable to do so. Thank you very much. And now I would like to draw the conclusion of our session. First of all, I would like to thank all the governors present here and for their inputs, for their speeches. First of all, it was the governor of the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, Nikita Rodionov, honorable governor of the Gangwon province, Rodion Kudakayev, and the governor of the Krasnoyarsk Krai, Eduard Petrov, the governor number one in Finland, Arina, the governor from Finland number 2, Laman, the governor of Magadan Oblast, Sandy Saputra, the governor of Kamchatka Krai, Mary Yakovleva, the governor of Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Okrug, Maxim Bayev, the governor of the Alaska, Nikita Beluhin, and the governor of Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, Anna Kolodeznikova. Thank you very much for your input. It was very fruitful today. It was my pleasure to be the chairman here at this session. And for those of you who haven't finalized their inputs into the joint declaration of the Model Northern Forum 2020, I encourage you to make these inputs, and the declaration is open to be edited until the end of the day today, and then it will be given further to our designers to be finalized. So thank you very much. And now we have 4 minutes left in this session, and then we have the closing ceremony when all the honorable experts present here at this session will also have the floor and the opportunity to comment on the inputs of the delegates. It will happen in the same Zoom room in at 15:30 Moscow time, so in 19 minutes. And now, in the end of this session, I, on behalf of the Nenets Autonomous Okrug, would like to give the floor to the mayor of Akureyri, the vice chairman of the Board of Governors, Jonathan Wood, for him to draw the conclusion on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and thank you for all of the representatives who spoke here today. I found a lot of these proposals incredibly fascinating, and I look forward to seeing them on the on our declaration for the closing ceremony, where we will be voting and sending these proposals. And I think it really is important, and I think it was something that was stressed throughout every speech, was really the sense of community and the sense of the similar struggles that we're all facing here today. And despite our different cultural backgrounds, despite our different heritages, despite where we come from, we are all part of one Arctic together, facing very similar issues. And while there are various fora, such as the Arctic Council, the Barents Euro Arctic Council as well, the Northern Forum really does play an incredibly important part in the grassroots local sort of on the ground mentality. And I think that's really where change happens, not from the top down, but from the bottom up. And I think that the proposals that we come up here through the Northern Forum, and that the Northern Forum in reality does, is highly productive work. So I really do thank you guys for all of your tireless work. And I look forward to working with you guys in the future. And I do encourage each of you guys through your speeches and the obvious interest that you have in this region to reach out either to our honorable chairman through MGIMO or through the various organizations such as the Arctic Youth Network, and join them to continue your work and to continue your study of this region, because it is our generation, or the generation even below me, because I do not wish to age myself. That is really the future. And I really do appreciate you guys for that. And I think that we can and will make a difference to make this region a great region, and to build it sustainably, and to tackle the issues of climate change, because as we know, it is facing us here first, and it's hitting us hard. And I also believe that in the realms of Indigenous people, the Arctic is a thought leader in terms of Indigenous representation. And I think it is very important for us to continue to be a thought leader in that area, and to be the representative of Indigenous peoples for the rest of the world, given some of the calamities in the global South. So I, again, just want to thank you for your tireless work put into this, and I will cede the rest of my time to the Honorable Chairman. And again, it was a pleasure to be a part of this, and I look forward to our next ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And now I encourage you all to take some rest for 15 minutes, and we will get back here in 15 minutes for the closing ceremony, where the best delegates of all the 4 sessions will be marked, and where the feedback from the Northern Forum leadership will be given. and the feedback also from the moderators of the sessions, if possible. And of course, we will start with the comments from the honorable experts who were present here at this session. Thank you for your time, and see you in 15 minutes exactly. And thank you very much, dear interpreters, for your work. It was very nice, and it was very useful for our guests, for the governors who might listen to it later on. Thank you. It was very, very useful and important. The closing ceremony will happen in the same Zoom room. You don't need to go out of here. from the Northern Forum leadership. And the first to speak is Mr. Vladimir Nikolaevich Vasilyev, the Executive Director of the Northern Forum. Vladimir Nikolaevich, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Arseny. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me a floor. And it was excellent discussions today, as well as during the Regional Coordinators Committee and the Board of the Governors. And I read carefully just through the draft declaration of the Board of Governors. It's many pages, there are 21 pages. And of course, it was mentioned that Jonathan make a great contribution. And using this opportunity, I would like to send my warmest greetings to Arctic Stephenson Institute, where I worked 17 years ago as a Northern Forum representative there in Iceland. And it was wonderful year, and we worked very well under the Icelandic chairmanship in the Arctic Council. I see that you have suggested very good proposals to the Northern Forum, and I also shared your concerns about this some kind of unclearance of institutional status of the Northern Forum. It was a non-profit corporation legally registered in Alaska, in Anchorage, but the secretariat was moved to Yakutsk 8 years ago. And now we have some kind of a little bit strange international organization maybe, but we have the same status like as the Arctic Council, which is not legally registered in any countries also. That is like as forum. So that Northern Forum is also forum right now, but we are thinking about just registrations, our organization in some countries, perhaps in Russian Federation. It will be discussed during General Assembly, perhaps next year. And I have got a lot of new ideas from your contributions, and it is very important for us to improve our work, to attract interest of other regions, especially from the Northern America. We miss a lot Canadian regions. They used to be very active. Yukon Territory, Nunavut, Alberta, Quebec. And I heard from our trade representative, Russian trade representative in Canada, that there are still some interest to the Northern Forum. And I hope that under the Russian chairmanship in the Arctic Council, we will be able to return our former regions. On December 1st, I will also make a presentation on Russian-Chinese roundtable, and will also argue to Chinese regions to join the Northern Forum, because we have to have knowledge not only from the Arctic region and Arctic states, but we have to exchange this knowledge and experience with non-Arctic countries. It will be very important for us, especially taking into account huge climate change that we observe all over the planet. And we have to exchange with best practices to use in our local communities or in municipalities or in regional level. It's just global challenge. So just we have to think globally, but act locally in our regions, and youth engagement in the Northern Forum activities is also very important, as I mentioned before, yesterday and today. And the Northern Forum, we have a lot of expectation to the Northern Forum Youth Forum. And I will be very glad to see all of you within this Northern Youth Forum. Doesn't matter just what country are you from, Peru, just Indonesia, or others, but your contributions, your knowledge and experience brought to the Northerners will be very nice for all of us. And of course, we thought, thinking about business cooperation in the North and in the Arctic. So just Haldur Johansson, who are one of the honorable experts of the model and director of the Arctic portal, is well-known and high-level experts in the Northern Forum too. And we hope that to create some kind of Northern Forum business portal, or just named Arctic Business Directory, it doesn't matter how we will name it, and to attract attention of business society, small enterprises and medium-sized enterprises, and we would like to establish very close cooperation with Arctic Economic Council. Of course, that the Arctic Economic Council engaged with countries and large-scale companies, and they would not want for a while just to see small business in as their membership. So why we just try to restore the network of Northern Forum members, Chamber of Commerces, and we worked very closely with Timo Rautajoki, president of Lapland Chamber of Commerce. He used to be the chair of this network in earliest year, just under Lapland chairmanship in the Northern Forum in 2001, 2005. And we discussed a lot about how we can just attract interest of the business society to the Northern Forum activities. And some very well proposal about this Arctic Investment Forum. It's Lapland just organized annual Arctic Business Forum, but participants are mainly from Scandinavian countries and just northwestern part of Russia, and some representatives from Northern America, but no any participant from this part of the world, from Asian part of Russia and the Asian country, our members. So just I asked Timo to invite more often just the Asian countries and the Asian regions of Russian Federation. So just we would like to expand cooperation in business more widely, and we're thinking about just creation of Northern Forum Foundation even. How we will do that. So just if somebody from you have knowledge in financial management, in fundraising, so just your advices and recommendations will be very helpful for us. Just now we start. It's a little. We have just difficulties to collect membership fees from foreign regions and business partners at present because of sanctions. And we just started to use some bank account, special bank account in Iceland, and it seems it works. So it's also a good opportunity for for regions outside of Russian Federation to be member of the Northern Forum, and it's good to attract interest. And also, we would like to inform as much as possible about our activities. And we have to use mass media to highlight all our activities in the Board of Governors decisions and Regional Coordinators Committee meeting, working groups activities. So it would be very good if you will share your knowledge and your opinion about this model of the Northern Forum, how do you find it? It was useful for you, and what do you think about the Northern Forum capacities and possibilities for establishing real and very practical interregional cooperation in the Arctic in the North? So just it is just some kind of request from the Northern Forum Secretariat. I saw just a very nice article about Maine state, Jonathan. It's I heard from Maine representatives about 10 years ago, something like that, that they are has a very good interest in the Arctic, and they would like to be involved in the Arctic cooperation. And I was a little bit surprised about that, to hear it. And but why not? We just would like to expand memberships to other United States regions, not only Alaska. So why we just support activities of Russian-American Pacific Partnership? We are just Western states of America and far east regions of Russian Federation just try to cooperate and at least to exchange by information and organizing annual events, once in the United States and once in Russia. So just we just try to attract the interest to the Northern Forum also. And if you can assist us, perhaps, to share information with Maine authorities, and or just perhaps use mass media, regional media in Maine to highlight the Northern Forum activities, it would be very, very helpful. So I can just talk a lot and many hours about the Northern Forum, but I would like to stop right now, and I would like to hear your proposal, your comments, your opinions. It is very, very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir Nikolaevich. I would like to add that in a couple of days we will finalize the final documents of the Model Northern Forum and unite all the proposals made by participants in both of the working groups, in the Regional Coordinators Committee and in the Board of Governors session, in one document, so that it is easier for you, for the governors to see it, and we will also try to translate it into Russian. Okay.
Yeah, one more. Just Ekaterina Safroneeva is invited to the Regional Coordinators Committee meeting on December 11th to represent the Northern Youth Forum. So you can provide her with all information and all proposals from the model. So to highlight and to attract interest of the regional coordinators, and it will reach Board of the Governors too next year. So, thank you.
Thank you. This will definitely be done. And as for other issues, it is an honor for us to unite the youth who has the capacity to direct the message of the Northern Forum to some regional governments and to the rest of the world. Also, it is an honor for us to inform the youth about the activities of the Northern Forum. And I hope that we managed to do at least a little bit of it. And now I would like to give the floor to Halder. Halder, if you have the comments for this session, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's been a lot of pleasure for me to take part in this activity, and I learned a lot, and it always makes me very hopeful for the future, because there's a lot of inspiring, clever young people out there, and this platform to have their voices heard is very important. I also hope it's stimulating for yourselves to to discuss with each other, and also some of those older guys like myself and Vladimir about what's been going on and what the potentials are. Just as a side note, last fall there was a group of young students in Iceland, in Akureyri. They made presentations about environmental projects, mostly in Russia. And I found it extremely interesting to listen to them. And at the same time, I think it was an incredibly good exercise for them. So I think broadening the scope of each and all of us by being able to communicate now virtually, hopefully at some point, we will be able to travel to each other to also learn in person. I've had the pleasure in the past to be a mentor at a summer school in Korea, where they invited young people from around the Arctic to come to Korea and work with young Korean students. Such interactions are extremely important. As Vladimir pointed out, it is one globe. I mean, it's not just the Arctic or the North. It's even difficult to define where the Arctic is. How do you define the Arctic? Is it where you are affected by climate, or is it something else that we're looking at? We look at how Russia defines the Arctic. The North is much bigger because permafrost, for example, extends all the way down into China. You know that, those of you living in Siberia. So it's a matter of definition, and sometimes it's even better not to look at the strict definitions, but more like how does it actually affect us, the people living there. So I think it's very important, as Vladimir also mentioned, to work on the marketing of the concept of the Northern Forum. I told yesterday when I spoke that I've been involved in the Northern Forum since 1994, and I had the pleasure of visiting the Secretariat when it was in Anchorage, and I took part in discussions about creating a Northern Forum Chamber of Commerce. I think some of the ideas have been taken up by the Arctic Council, with the Arctic Economic Council, but there's very much the need of working at a regional level, local level, because there's nobody in, whether it's in Moscow or Washington or even Reykjavik, that can tell and know everything about the local level, and we need to have that voice strong, and we need to have a way to communicate and support, especially as also mentioned by Vladimir. How do we work with the small and medium businesses? How do we help entrepreneurs like yourselves? How do we make the most of the value living and within the communities? And that's where the Northern Forum can play a role, and that's why I strongly support the Northern Forum and have for such a long time, because I don't see anything better than the Northern Forum. I don't see a concept better than the Northern Forum. Northern Forum, of course, has some of the obstacles to deal with, of course. Mostly is related to geopolitics. And even though you're young, you're not born yesterday. I mean, you know the complexity of the world and the politics between Russia and the US and China and vice versa, and sanctions, etc., as Vladimir mentioned. We have to learn to try at least to look past those. And as I also mentioned yesterday, the most important thing is to get to know each other, get to trust each other, because trust is number one. Understanding is number one. We may be different, but we at the same time we share the values of a better life and sustainability, etc. So again, I think the Northern Forum is very important. The voice of the youth and how the youth can help shape the future is also important. As I also mentioned earlier today, you are the best to shape us, the older ones, into honoring the values that you see important, whether it's related to climate change, education, the rights of individuals, etc. These are all important issues, and they have to be heard, and they have to be voiced by the young generation. So what next? I think it's very important to, as also again what you mentioned, expand the Northern Forum. Speaking very bluntly, it's very important that it is very international. even though Russia is about 40% of the Arctic or the North, we have to be international and we have to work internationally. That's why we're now speaking in English, of course. I know it's not easy for all of you, but you're showing great resilience to actually do that. And I mean, my native language is Icelandic, and we are a small country and we have to learn other languages, and that's why it gives us an opportunity to communicate. So it's very important that we adapt to that as well, and I think the Northern Forum can also help in this regard. The educational linguistic exercises. At the same time, it's very important to preserve the culture and promote the culture of all of us. And that's, again, something that the Northern Forum can really take an active role in. And I know the Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council is looking forward to highlighting the linguistic and cultural identity of the different groups of the Arctic region. So I look forward to the next, especially the next 2 years in this regard. And I have to second again, Vladimir, I've done that a few times now, but bringing in representatives from other regions and strengthening the platform of communication is number 1, 2, and 3 in our agenda. Business, culture, sustainable living, these are connective things. There's been a lot of talk of tourism in the projects. I think tourism, of course, is extremely important. Tourism can both provide jobs for young people. It helps you develop your skills, both in communication and it also supports entrepreneurial companies, etc. Funding is another big issue. How do we fund the activities? How can we raise money, raise awareness so that we have funding for education, for infrastructure needed? Connectivity was mentioned, also another thing, of course. We are now communicating because we have connectivity. Those who don't are suffering. I'm old enough to remember seeing a TV for the first time. It's the way that the world has changed in the past decades is incredible. So if you think forward the next 20 years, which is like what you should be thinking about, the sky is the limit. And remember, it's a privilege to live in the North. It's not a chore, it's a privilege. So I will end on that note, it's a privilege. And thank you, it's a privilege for me to also speak to and listen to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This was Calder Johansson, the Executive Director of the Arctic Portal. And now we have a couple of minutes for Ekaterina and also Peter to just say a couple of words, as we don't have a lot of time left, and give their feedback on what they have just heard.
Thank you. We had really fruitful 2 days, and one more day is coming with school students tomorrow. And I would like to thank to all our partners, organizers, all participants for this great opportunity actually to building a platform to interact and to connect the youth and policy. So I hope for the future cooperation with the Arctic Club of Gimo and the Arctic Youth Network, and we are planning to organize more events in the coming years, and you all are invited, welcome to join, and really hope for the future cooperation and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekaterina. And now I would like to draw the conclusion of the working sessions of our event and give the floor to the moderators of the sessions. First of all, to the working groups moderator, Ekaterina Vinjego, who could also draw a conclusion of both of the working groups, as we don't have Alexander present here. So Ekaterina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear participants of the Model Northern Forum, honorable experts and guests, these 2 days were intensive and full of exciting discussions, and I'm really impressed by the results of our intensive work. And I'm sure that some of the participants will become researchers and make a contribution to the development of northern regions. Cooperation between the representatives of youth is the way to solve common problems of the northern regions. And as a chairperson of the Regional Adaptation to Climate Change Working Group, I would like to thank all the participants for their presentations, proposals, and activity. And in my opinion, we all decided that the best delegates were Tatiana Nikolaeva and Nikita Sokolov, the participants of my working group, and they will be awarded with special certificates. And also, I recommend all the participants not to be afraid to present their ideas, to share their opinion, and to take an active part in the discussion. Thank you for such an opportunity to take part in our event in the Model Northern Forum.
Thank you very much, Ekaterina. I would like to thank Ekaterina for huge work made by organizing the whole model, as she was coordinating a lot of tasks for some organizational issues. Thank you, Ekaterina. And as for the second working group, I would like to give special thanks from Alexander to Darina Sibul for participating in the working group for business cooperation, and to Yaroslav Solovyov for his inputs in this working group. And you are marked as the best delegates in this working group, and you will be also awarded. And as for the second day, as for today, I would like just to express my appreciation and my so I was really impressed by all the governors today. Everyone was so well prepared. So I even cannot decide on who is the best. So you are all the best. And everyone will, of course, everyone has made such a great input that it will all be remembered by our leaders, by the decision makers who will receive these inputs as well. Thank you very much. And as for the Regional Coordinators Committee, it has also been a very productive meeting today. And I would like to refer to this meeting as the moderator of this session has also marked two delegates, Yuliana Kamcharova and Yelena Adasheva, as the best delegates in this group. So thank you. After all, to all the participants of this model, this could not be possible without you. You are the future and not the organizers, not us. So we hope that you will take over and you will awaken the interest among the youth to the Northern Forum, to the Northern issues, to the Arctic issues, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next part of our meeting today. I would like to first finalize very shortly that tomorrow we will hold a specially dedicated session for school children, also the Model Northern Forum, but a specially organized session, especially for them, for those who are interested in the Arctic but do not have as a great experience as many young scientists present here have. And if you are interested, you are also invited to be present there. And as for other things, the certificates and also the awarding ceremony, or not the ceremony, but the awarding, maybe the information publication about the essay contests will be published next week. So you will all the participants will get the information letters concerning the results of the Model Northern Forum next week. And the essay contest will also be included into this information letter. You will receive all this information and all the documents via emails, and we will also try to publish this information in our social networks. So you will receive all the information and nobody will be forgotten. And if you have any feedback, any questions left, you can ask them via email or via the social networks of the organizers. You are free to answer whatever you want. You are free to share the contacts of every one of you and to facilitate this cooperation further. And now let's move on to our entertaining part. And I would like to give the floor to Maxim Bayev, who is the author of a great idea connected to the Northern Forum. Maxim Bayev can explain it to you himself, and then we will listen to it.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all of the participants, the secretariat, the chairman, and just all of the organizers of this event, because well, this is my first experience participating in this model actually, and I think that the work which has been done is really fruitful, and I just think that such events should be held more often, because they enable us share our initiatives, our opinions on the problems in the Arctic, and also due to this event, our voices can be heard, and all of this inspired me to write a song, which I'm going to sing now for you. And also, I would like this song to become an anthem of the Northern Forum, if it is possible. So now I would like to sing this to you. Blizzard, cold and snow, wild deserts, northern lights, polar bears, long winter nights. This is Arctic that we call home. This land we will uphold, and though here it's freezing cold, this heart's greatness has no end. This heart belongs to the people of Northland, sharing the same home, the same land. We all improve it and defend, from small peoples to authorities. Saving Arctic is our priority. Sharing the same home, the same land. We all improve it and defend, from small peoples to authorities. Saving Arctic is our priority. Windows, frost is sparkling while the wind blows outside. Shorter days in winter and only darkening. Arctic's no less majestic at night. Shall we be active and without any fears improve this unique land with passion, as the Arctic regions with worthy ideas on the Northern Forum session, sharing the same home, the same land. We all improve it and defend, from small peoples to authorities. Saving Arctic is our priority. Sharing the same home, the same land. We all improve it and defend, from small peoples to authorities. Saving Arctic is our priority. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such a great performance, Maxim, and I'm certain that this will also be appreciated by the Northern Forum leadership. So after this wonderful performance, I would like to draw the final conclusion of this event. And the Model Northern Forum is officially closed. And in case any of you have something more to add, a feedback you want to share with us right now, you can make it right now, or yes, of course.
I just wanted to thank you for an excellent job, and for the people that I know are around you and behind you and making this possible. It's really well done. So I'm far away, but it worked perfectly for me. So thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I see that Nikita Rodionov, the representative of the Sakha Republic in the Board of Governors, has something to say.
Yes, thank you for giving me a floor. I would like to thank honorable guests for their for being here, honorable secretariat for organizing this such wonderful event. This is my first model in English, and I'm honored to be here. And thank you all, guys, for your awesome work. You are cool. Thank you so much.
Sandy Saputra, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this personal, not as the governor of the Yamada. So I really want to say thank you very much, guys. I'm very happy. I am far away from Indonesia to take part. This is my first time to take the Northern Forum. Is very wonderful to know the idea about the Northern Forum because this is my first time. And the second time about the Arctic, the first one, it was MGMO Arctic Club, and this is the second one. And I see some people here who participated there also. And of course, the Arseni, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, the others one. The expert, I really, I even make some notes when you were speaking because it was very wonderful information for me. So thank you so much. I hope we can meet physically. We can cooperate in the future, not as a Zoom, because it will be very interesting, I think, to exchange the ideas. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy. Yes, from on my behalf, I would like to thank our partners from the Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Okrug, from the Northern Forum, from the Vasa University, from all the networks who share the information about the Model Northern Forum, including the EU Arctic, including the Arctic Youth Network, and including all the other our international partners. Thank you very much for this. And I see also the hand of Yaroslav.
Yeah, thank you. Dear participants, dear colleagues, thank you for taking part in Model. I want to say that the experience you get from Model is unique. And I want to say one more thing, that Model is not about agenda, Model is about people, great people. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaroslav. Anna?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciate that not only students can attend this forum, because I was making articles when I lived in Yakutsk and making in St. Petersburg, and then I graduated. And now I have one more chance to participate, and it's very great. And I want to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your participation and your inputs. Jonathan?
Yes, I also just wanted to say thank you for everyone for allowing me to be a part of this. Being born in the southern United States and not seeing snow until the age of 13, and now being able to participate in a northern dialogue like this, I just think shows the attractiveness of this region and the ability for all of us to come together. And I really appreciate the work that everyone did in organizing this. I think this was a wonderful event, and it was an honor to take part of it. And I hope that we all do stay in touch either through this Model Northern Forum or through other avenues, because I hope that this dialogue doesn't end here. And I really would like to stay in touch with each and every one of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you so much for participating and for your inputs. It was a great pleasure for me personally to have you all here. Yeah, I believe Vladimir Nikolaevich Vasiliev himself wanted to make his.
Yes, thank you, Arseny. Thank you all. It was wonderful, wonderful event, and a lot of useful information we get from you, and hope that everybody will join the Northern Forum and the Arctic Council in coming months and years, and we will work together for many, many years, fruitful cooperations, because we need you use in our daily activities, to strengthen cooperations. And it's a great it's great to hear Sandy from Indonesia even. And it's very important to construct some bridge from the Arctic to the south and bring more knowledge to each other. So share ideas. And Maxim, bravo! It's very nice song, and I need text of this song and of course and just melody. I have just made video, but we have to learn these words and sing all together in next our event, just as some kind of Northern Forum game. It's very nice. It's a very good song. And I would like to sing it in December for the regional coordinators of the Northern Forum. So just again, thank you a lot for all your hard work, and especially to coordinators and organizers of this event, Savina, Katya, Evgenia from Yamal. Yamal is amazing, just excellent job. So just congratulate. I would like to congratulate all and our moderator, the chair, Mr. Chair Arseny. In Gumo, it's a very nice network. Is now just appearing in international network. So just I am sure, I believe that under the Russian chairmanship in the Arctic Council, we will do a lot of interesting things, a lot of interesting projects and events. And you know, just we have just also international platform here in Yakutsk, Northern Sustainable Development Forum, where this Northern Youth Forum started this year. So just we would like to invite to annually to come to Yakutsk to face just some kind of winter. We now just have winter. Just a winter festival will start in the next in a few days. Winter starts from Yakutia. So just why just you can see this picture behind me. It's a bull of winter, also in our symbol of winter in our region. So just climate change is coming, and we have a very warm winter now. It's only minus 15, 17 in Yakutsk. It's too warm, just like in Africa. We just so we are very different, and we are very common. We live in one planet, and so just we should do everything to save our planet, to save young generations, and work together to making peace and very friendly atmosphere in the whole planet, not only in the Arctic. And no sanctions, it's create a lot of obstacles for our cooperations. Anyway, just thank you very much to all of you, and I would like to wish a lot of success to each of you in your life. Be happy, and thank you again.
Thank you, Vladimir Nikolaevich. I was very happy to be the moderator during the final session, during the opening session of the Model Northern Forum. It was my honor, and I will be happy to meet the Northern Forum leaders, the participants from the Model Northern Forum in person, offline. It will be maybe a great event if we meet offline, and if we perform the same way offline, it will be much more effective. I am certain in it. So I hope that this happens very soon. Okay, now we can draw the conclusion. Thank you once again for being here, for being online, for dedicating your time, your skills to it, and I wish you good luck. In case you want to share more feedback, you are free to do this later via email and so on and so forth. Thank you and goodbye.
Sorry, can I provide also my words? My last words. It's Arina, and sorry for not making it FaceTime. I don't have the opportunity because I have problems with internet. But I would like to say that I'm really thankful that we just spent this day, because now I'm in Germany studying for climate system projects, or climate systems, and I'm very happy because my previous degree was connected with international relations, and I'm very curious about Arctic international relations, and more specifically about indigenous communities. And I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to just say out loud what I am thinking and what my ideas is about. Yeah. So thank you, and have a nice day or or night. Yeah. Goodbye.
Thank you, Arina. Goodbye to everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you again.
Так, Федор, спасибо большое.